Let's have a quick yeah, okay, let's see if he can push on, keep trying to use the Scarab. Not far off his rewind, trophy system does defend that. Pushing in, and now comes the pitch, Shawnee picks up two, and that's going to be the catalyst for them pushing in there. Now does take down Watson, who's just come around the back well easily. Ryle gets the kill though, and they should be able to pick up Broken yet still. Shawnee's inside there, but all alone he's going to do well to survive. And 3G are going to pick up those final few points to move to Hotel Corridor.
That could be from Roman, and team kills going to come in from Ray. How many team kills have we seen on the elevate? They just shoot at F1, but they're still going to get that rotation. 120 and 85 elevate still well within the lead at the end of the first rotation. Are we going to see the switch where the other team just completely dominate the second rotation?
Possibly, Luna picking up the second kill there. Now going to come in, pick up kills. That wasn't far off. Shawnee does take him down, and Shawnee's just been a constant thorn in their side. Just picking up two pieces here and there. Currently on 4th Street. And Scarab is going to control platform.
And I don't want to say anything bad, but it's 140 to 86, and Watson is going 4 and 14, and Reed is going 5 and 12. But you have two players coming out. It's very unusual to see such a big difference between the 4 players. Basically,
this huge full situation, just stealing all the kills. That's what they're doing. Jonas 3G to make kills. They are getting in there, picking up on the wee man. On board with quicker, they do rotate the bridge, and they need some points on the board here. They've got pretty substantial lead already elevate. It's going to be about 165 to 86 as the rotation does come in.
I don't understand who's reaching killing. They are outplaying slightly by kill or two maybe at the side of elevate. Yet elevate almost have doubled the points of Team 3G. It's looking great for them.
That's nice.
Back to the wall for 3G once again. If they lose the map, they will be going to the lower bracket.
The thing is, I think that's a nice kill by Nile actually. I think Elevate always just got that rotation because they picked up a lot of points on the lower street. They picked up a lot of points to pick up. And you know they stopped 3G picking up the full 60 at Broken. If they picked that up, it would have been a closer game. Then, you know, it was a bit messy towards Hotel Corridor. But look at the kills coming in from 3G.
Yes, and they got very nice all of that bridge on point. Kills are going to come in once again. Watson is supposed to go in for the rotation, but there's a lot of players from Team 3G down low, less than 60 points away, and they have the rotation, so if they can secure that second outpost,
it's a big fight. Shawnee's going to win, and Nile does it as well. Zed going to get the kill onto Wee Man. And Niall gets another one on Zed, so Niall really playing it well. 3 streaks for him, 3 streaks for Quicker. They're not far off their streaks either. This could be a big hard point. 3G catching. There you go, Quicker than you. He's not too far off this moment in time. Does actually get the Scarab, We might get a kill
for Elevate. They look really good, and just like this, you see 3G coming back into the game. Picker is going to stay alive. He's on 7 kills, 3 making 8. Quicker just coming back into this game. And a minute ago, I thought this game was over and showing that they had it in the bag. But Quicker brings it back with 25 and 10. And in a few seconds, we're going to see Team 3G in the lead yet another comeback here. At championship map number 4, we could be adding to map number 5. Elevate. They need to wake up.
Yeah, they're going to get those final scrap points. Do they have anybody with some streaks to help them out?
So they get points when they kill people and they have the hard time?
Coming in, just give them some more uncontested time on that point, and it's been completely wasted. Quicker than you. Shawnee's going to try and push in, not going to get once again. Is there? Wee Man is with it. Here comes the kills. Really picks up 2 with Wee Man. The score streaks are actually going to come in as soon as it. Cathedral's going to be retaken. Have to be careful not to bog your teammate. Get out the way, Zig. That's going to really call out as well. Call out from the boys on 3G. Not to kill any of the teammates. Oh, Shawnee, huge kill. It's not going to be enough. And 2v2 situation. They have 1v2 now. Zed needs to go huge. 3G is now in the lead by 10 points. If he can get this back, that would be absolutely huge. But he's not going to be able to do so. Now they're going to have no choice but to go for the rotation. This game is going to be all tied up. This is so close. It's going to come down to who's going to be able to break or secure those last 2 hills. Well. It does seem as if 3G are the first guys that Quicker hasn't been killing in a little while. And if I'm honest with you, I think those score streaks weren't utilized as well as they could have been. 3G score streaks, yeah. 3G do have control though. They're in control of Broken. And Elevate has to take their time. Reed does take down Miles. He peaks. Probably shouldn't have. We're going to see that push coming in. Let's see if Watson's going to be able to do it. Zed does get 1 kill. Jumped over though. Watson comes in behind up. So maybe there's only one guy left. Elevate pinch in. It's just so easy. Elevate just moves together, make the kills, win the win fights where they need to, and 3G are suddenly on the back foot, and they need pushing quick here.
Alright, they need to make this break work. Elevate can't win on this hard point, but they're going to be very close to winning. If they're able to secure it, 2 kills with the Scarabs are going to come in. The kills coming in from 3G. They could be breaking into the kill. They badly need it. They need to stay alive.
Oh, they need the kills as well, though. Jonas Camo's going to get one. Oh, there's not quite Sean. He's all over it.
Huge kill from
20 vision on 230. They're nearly going to be there. R0ad is moving to Hotel Corridor. Are they going to be agencies though? 3G are available. Downplat is going to be dead. Quick and they need to hold it down. They hold it does have that scar, which can become important on this point. When he gets the kill in there, the points are in the favor of 3G. Shawnee coming around behind though. Is it going to cause problems? The answer is yes. 2 kills come in just like that. Is he going to pick up the third? Not quite. Quicker than you with an important kill onto Shawnee. But Elevate are in control of that point. They're still in control of it. Are they going to winners bracket final? Niles says no, not quite. Quicker than you picks up another kill as well. And they're going to hold it down. They're going to push Elevate out. There's 30 seconds remaining. Team 3G can win it on this point if they can hold this down, Jonas.
Shawnee is going to be taken down through middle, but Zed is going to pick up the first kill. Watson is going to have a gunfight here. It's not an easy one to hold on to. Zed's
going to go in.
One more kill, and this is going to be it. Elevate walk away with the win. 252-37. 3-1 for Elevate. But what a great game of Hardpoint we just had. 3G, they gave it all. Quicker, went big time and time again. Chris, wow.
What a sensational series, and what a way to end it. That Hardpoint, very close game between these two guys. Elevate walk into the winners bracket final. Bryson, the guys, what did you think of that one?
Thank you very much. Wow, what a game. Quicker versus Zed, and this time Zed walks away the winner. Team Elevate will continue through the winners bracket. Momo, your prediction was pretty bang on.
Yeah, I thought, I didn't actually think the uplink, I know Jonas mentioned it during the cast, he actually said the slip map would be the uplink, but yeah, 3G weren't going out without a fight. We saw that in the hardpoint as well. The search and destroy, it was back and forth with that game. You know, both of those squads very closely talented, but I think Elevate did deserve the win. Individual play stood out for me, which I'm sure we'll break down.
Yeah, I think realistically this game was actually pretty good. Like I said, the first hardpoint and then the S&D, I was like, this is really great, and then the uplink was fantastic.
I'm happy to see Elevate continuing to move on because they have provided us with, in my opinion, the best series so far this weekend. Obviously, their one versus Epsilon, now this one as well. The overtime uplink with the 15-second dunk, some great plays in the search and destroy, and then even there in the hard point, you heard the energy from the casters, and then the gameplay really spoke for itself. How many times that map when we were watching where you could literally pinpoint a play from every single person in that lobby, whether it's Quicker, whether it's Zed, whether we walk up here, you start yelling about Shawnee, the 2PC gets. I love games like that.
I think this is the key thing that you have to look at. It. Some of the stats don't really tell you the truth because some of those kills were massive.
Yep.
Like just making one entry kill when they went for that rotation into Broken, like just I think really got one, and then you could see them start to snowball. Like we've just got to make these picks and push forward. Then Watson comes through, picks up 2. They kind of neutralized the camo from 3G. So much could have gone wrong. And you know, I've got to give props to Team Elevate for the simple reason being is they were up by a lot of points, lost that lead, and then at that point a lot of people start panicking. They didn't. They kept it tight all the way to the end. Now we're going to go through this map by map in just a second. But before we do that, we're going to throw it down to the floor. It's Lottie with Watson.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Such an exciting series for you guys. I mean, it was certainly exciting for us. Let's talk about the first map. So Zed Slade for the first map. Is he a game changer in your team?
Yeah, Zach's by far the most impactful player on our team. Him going off can win us games alone.
And you guys are dominating the tournament so far. What separates you from all the other teams here?
I think one of the things that separates us is our hardpoint game.
We are not robots.
Going back to the series, your S&D looked really strong at the beginning. 3G pulled it back for a 5-3 and then managed to secure the win. What happened there?
We just said, like, again, we went up and they started coming back. It's happened in 2 SMEs so far. And we just said, let's all stick together, get something together, and just try to kill. That's what we did and we won.
Let's talk about your uplink now. You did lose that map. Was the pressure just getting to you guys when 3G were pushing that hard?
Again, it's just us making mistakes. We should have got at least 4 1s that we missed. We just got to work. We've got to work on that. We're by far the better team.
And your final hardpoint, that was crazy. I mean, it was really close. At one point, I think we all thought 3G were going to pull that back. Talk me through what the booth was like, what the atmosphere was like.
Honestly, props to them too, because always having a nightmare of them, and then through kept me in the game, they kept me in the game, they kept me composed, and pulled through and won.
Awesome. And going into winning bracket, what is your attitude like as a team now?
Well, we know we can take it. Like, we've not lost a single hard point in the panel, keeping that streak going. So just confident.
Thank you very much, Watson, and very good luck for your next series. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Well, Watson, again, you hear him screaming in the booth, but he comes out and says, yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right, it's fine. It's in every other day. Like, just the end level. You see the signals at the end level, yeah, I'm back to the wall, okay. But again, Watson kind of said what we were saying. There are very few points where they seem to really go out of their way and be in a lot of trouble. They always kept composed when they were under fire.
I wonder if they can hear these guys.
For me, that's really kind of putting them in that elite level bracket. Like, we were talking about start of the weekend, elite level teams, who are they? Elevate. When under fire now, when under a lot of pressure, are not buckling. And not only are they an elite team we're beginning to see, but they're led by an elite player in Zed. Watson talked about how he's the most impactful player on this team. Prior to that match, we did the player matchup. Zed was on there. What, first, second, third, yeah, three stat lines, top five and everything. The guy's having an incredible event, and when he mentions they're undefeated in hardpoint, I would put a lot of that towards the performance we've seen from Zed so far. Well, I think, actually, Watson mentioned the score with days, he's on like 8-23. We actually see it on our second screen, he finished 15-26.
And he went into the second to last hardpoint with 8 kills.
Yeah.
And, to kind of just, he said his team kept composed there, but to go in, nail 7 kills, one rotation, one hardpoint itself, that's crazy. And yes, I will admit, very poor 9 minutes for him. Well, those last 60 seconds, he was on fire.
I said when we were kind of watching his game, I just saw what he was doing. I'm like, oh my goodness, they just smashed that setup they had. Yeah, Watson's two-piece that kind of really broke it for them. And allowed them to get that rotation and not bleed out all those times. 3G had that rotation. But I tell you what, we're talking about fourth. Let's start at map number 1. Let's start with the first hard point and how we think it went.
Well, back with Scorch, this was 1-2 where Momo... At times you thought, wow, 3G come out of the gate hot. We were sitting over the steps watching, and immediately they get out to a 20-second lead. But as time goes on, Elevate show why they have been arguably the best hardpoint team this weekend. As they begin to kick it into gear, their kills on rotation have been the thing that's most impressed me.
Yeah, the one thing about me, like you said, rotation for these guys. And I think that comes from, we talk about Zed and his impactful kills and the likes of what Reedy's and whatnot. Shawnee, again, for me, this new addition to this squad, he's so humble in the way that he comes. It's not about anything, not about the scoreboard. All he's focused on is what he's hearing in, Reedy's voice, and if he's being told to rotate early, that's exactly what he's doing. Really one player that I will say, 1,000,000% he's playing for the victory. There's nothing that goes through his headers, I need to get this, double kill, it's going to be a fancy play, let's get the rewind. It's like, I'm getting this rotation, the guy here is just mad because this will happen. It's all about the victory, and that is why I'm actually, over the weekend, becoming such a fan of Shawnee.
Well, I think, the entire team has that mentality, and their coach said we sit down and we go over these games. We go over these mistakes and stop them from happening. But let's move on to map 2.
But then you have to adapt the first kill.
We made a couple clutches. This is one of them
Leave that in
right now. The 1-2 early on in the game.
be running at
Right, so let's I'd love to see how teams approach towards that B-bomb. You talked about Shawnee's impact. This was the 3-kill round he had. Again, early in the game, and then it all began to develop later on as well.
Yeah, it was a really kind of masterclass from Shawnee in those early rounds. You see here, this is the kills being traded out so well. And I think that's what was the difference, in the two teams, not particularly this round in particular. We had a team kill going down there, but WeMan ball played really smart. It just seemed to be that one little step ahead that Elevate seemed to be. They certainly destroyed, they actually looked really strong in this time.
Well, I think what we're seeing now as we move forward with Elevate is the way this team composition works. Watson, he's always had a disgusting angle. He's always been the most ridiculous of shots in Europe. It's been like that for so long. The only issue he had was inconsistency in making decision making.
And
This
his
team,
pitch,
yeah, and this team just fixed a lot of those issues. Zed, of course, you know, he had a few issues as well, decision making, but was just a great speed player. He's doing that again. Then you got Reedy and Shawnee, who's sitting in all those gaps in game later. But let's move on to the map they lost, though. This is Uplink, 4-0 up. Didn't end that way.
Yeah, the overtime, we'll get to it in a minute, which literally was one of the quickest overtimes I've seen on this map under, I think, 16 seconds to score a nice interception that winds up coming in here on the side of 3G. This was the game where I thought Elevate would actually close it out. I predicted a 3-0 for Elevate. It does go to the game 4. Biggest standout things for me, how even these two teams looked throughout this entire match. There was never one point where you thought one team was going to pull away. No, it was neck and neck, even through the overtime. If there wasn't a team kill with that grenade, you think Elevate might have a chance to match the time that was put up by 3G.
Yeah, the opening really was, you know, I thought this could be the real momentum shift. You know, Quicker has been reverse swept quite a few times. I thought, you know, he wins this, he'll go into that second half, win a lot more confident. And the way they won it as well was, you know, a bit of a sucker punch towards Elevate. You know, it was last second, last minute. But yeah, so close individually. Great plays all around from Team 3G though.
And here's the moment right here where we talk about the grenade. Winds up killing Watson, and they had two lead blockers pushing down the street, and camo, and active camo. Not sure if the time would have worked out, but either way, definitely would have been close.
It certainly would have, and they would regret that massively. They had so much going for them at that time. The problem was they took the time to beat. Oh yeah, it's literally just so narrow. That one mistake done. If we were talking like a minute, you probably would have gone, I still have that camo in the back.
It's going to stay just super small play from 3G. You know, 15 seconds, you're thinking, I'm just going to lob a few grenades in there, push them back, buy time. Came out with them though.
All right, well, let's move on to map number 4. And a hard point that started very one-sided, but ended in a kind of a roaring fashion.
One thing we haven't talked about a lot on this desk, and I know you guys have been mentioning back and forth to each other off air, has been the matchup of Quicker versus Zed. Zed starts out 13-3 this game, dominating everything, leading his team to the objective, leading the objective, leading in kills. The heroic performances keep in, but then Quicker goes, you know what, anything you can do, I can do better. You see Heroes on that 4 streak, now 21-10. I believe it's coming up here where he gets fully streaked on out, and this is actually the hard point where 3G take back the lead. So the two previous Hyper Games players who were such dominant forces in Hardpoint online of CWL last year, now going up against each other on land here at Team Infinity, but in the end, it's Elevate coming out on top in 4 games.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, this all means 3-1 Elevate continue forward. They're guaranteed top 3. 3G, though, will fall into that loser's bracket. A loser's bracket that isn't looking too easy for people. I believe the game they're playing is against Splice as well.
Yeah, they fall into a very tough category. They basically fall into a bit of snakes, literally.
This was the scenario we talked about. 3G in the group stages, they wind up having to beat Orbit. They do just that. And then now in the loser's bracket, they want to say a lot. They have to beat Splice, which coming in this weekend, everyone regarded those two teams as the top 2.
They certainly would have done well. From one big game to another. We're going to go to a quick commercial break when we come back, though. Orbit versus you. Another winner's bracket game. We'll see you right after this.
Those guys, they don't got shirts yet. And everyone got shirts. All the like really big teams got shirts. Those guys got shirts. See the emblem. Those guys have the emblems. You gotta make it. Call of Duty. Not a Modern Warfare. That one was changed, I guess you'd say. Can't just not name anything anymore. This custom emblem is coming soon.
That's right, Chrissy. Well, we know that yesterday at least 19
19 people were detained. How you gonna just do that? That's against human rights. We feel violated for illegal executions.
She called me through the phone that it was not hers and told me that she will be deported. And while she was crying, I don't think that I will stay in the
They
US
probably took
anymore
advantage too.
because of this kind of treatment. I don't have any clear vision about the future, about the treatment to
They took advantage
Iranian
of them,
and other nationalities.
the women,
So
just
I
'cause.
don't feel safe anymore to stay here in the US.
No one feels safe. Even if you go to Europe, it probably
All right, Zachary Manfredi from Yale's Worker and Immigrant Rights Advocacy Clinic joins us by phone. He helped draft the emergency stay motion on the ban in New York. And also joining us, Joy Jackson, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney. Joey, I want to start with you, and let's talk about this Boston order, which seems to be a stay on the entire executive order for the next 7 days. But I want to get your interpretation. Let's put up full screen 3, guys. Okay, it says officials shall not, by any manner or means, detain or remove individuals with refugee applications approved by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services as part of the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. Holders of the valid immigrant and non-immigrant visas, lawful permanent residents, and other individuals from Iraq, Syria, Iran, Sudan, Libya, Somalia, Yemen, and who, absent the executive order, would be legally authorized to enter the United States. So from your perspective, Joey, is this a full stay, which is essentially blocking the president's executive order for the next 7 days?
I believe it is, Victor. And just backing up a little bit, let's say this. We're seeing a number of orders that are popping up throughout the country. Of course, the Eastern District in New York, there's an order there. There's one that came out of Seattle. There's one that you just referenced. And so I think at the bottom line is this. I think the court is essentially saying that if there are people who represent threats to the country, that's another matter. But when you have an overbroad executive order that seems to encompass people who are otherwise entitled to be here, now you have an issue. I should also note that in terms of the court, and what they're saying is, they're saying essentially that, there's an Immigration Nationality Act, and based upon that act in and of itself, people are entitled to seek asylum. And so to what extent would that executive order violate that? There's also the Convention Against Torture. And when it speaks to that issue, you cannot send someone back to a country where they could face torture. And then finally, you're looking at a 14th Amendment issue. And that is everyone should be afforded equal protection under the law, irrespective of race, religion, etc. And so I think at base, Victor, you're seeing a challenge predicated upon those grounds. And I should also say, when we're talking about a stay, what we're talking about is that a court feels that based upon the applications by the attorneys, that there's a likelihood of success on the merits. A stay doesn't mean that the matter has been litigated and a judge has essentially made a full-blown decision. But in reference to your question, at least initially as it stands now, everything will be stayed until there is a full-blown discussion, a full-blown hearing, and all of these issues are meted out. So for now, it appears that the law is on the side of those attempting to come into the country.
Again, that is 7 days that this order is in effect. When it comes to you, Zachary, your reaction, your response to the orders we're seeing district after district across the country on the side of those who are attempting to come into this country. Yes, thank you. So, there are a number of different orders that have been issued. What's significant about the order from the Eastern District of New York, Justin Donnelly's order, is it is an order from an emergency stay as applied to a nationwide class action, which does enjoin the Customs and Border Patrol Agency from removing those individuals who you already stipulated from the 6 countries who are legally authorized to be in the United States, anywhere in the United States. And our understanding is that the government now consents and understands that the injunction in place in that case does apply nationwide, and therefore, regardless at this point now of where additional individual habeas corpus may be filed on behalf of individuals who have been detained in these airports, but that stay does apply across the country.
So back to you, Joey. Your understanding that as we look at these district by district, this pertains to all people coming into this country who have these approved visas that are applied, or is it Okay, so that's New York. Let's put up full screen one here from the Boston order that says that Customs and Border Protection shall notify airlines that have flights arriving at Logan Airport of this order and the fact that individuals on these flights will not be detained or returned based solely on the basis of the executive order. The Virginia order is limited to Dulles Airport. So these specific districts, and as they mentioned, the requirements of Customs and Border Protection, are those limited to only those airports?
Well, each district order is applicable to that particular district. And so you may see throughout the country other people going in who are within an airport within that particular district seeking relief. But again, Victor, just to be clear, the one that was filed, the complaint filed as it related to the Eastern District in New York for the 2 coming into JFK, that was filed not only on behalf of them, but on behalf of everyone throughout the country who are similarly situated like them. And so that has nationwide applicability.
Zachary, your reaction to what we're seeing at airports across the country, what we saw overnight, what's planned for today, people coming out to protest this order and the detention of the peoples coming into the United States.
Yes, I think it's a huge victory at the moment for immigrants, for justice, for the rule of law. It confirms that deportations based on this discriminatory policy are likely to be found illegal and unconstitutional. We've seen thousands of people all across the country at these different airports coming out to support immigrants who are here, and I think it's the beginning of what will be a longer struggle, but I think we've seen an incredible outpouring of support. We've also seen judges pretty consistently and uniformly recognize, at least at this stage in the litigation, that these individuals who have a legal right to be here cannot be deported or removed. And so those are encouraging developments. People will need to stay vigilant and informed. We've heard additional reports that Customs and Border Patrol has not always been adequately complying with the order that is now currently in place. We've heard reports that individuals may be intimidated or people are trying to force them into signing papers to voluntarily be removed. And so anyone who is currently detained, we encourage they should not sign any paperwork. Would be the advisement of a lot of different groups without consulting with a lawyer previously.
Yeah.
But I think, yes.
Zachary, let me jump in here. I want to know, what is the plan moving forward? Several of these orders are limited to the next 7 days. Has a plan for next week been crafted?
I think so.
surprising to see it happen so frequently. I mean, we talk about it, and when you think about it statistically, you could probably forgive them if 1 in every 10 throws was a failure, but it literally seems like 50% of the time they are missing.
50% of the time, it works every time. Let's get to the game. R0ad versus Infused. We're again watching Zero off the break. The last respawn game mode took over for his team, but it wasn't enough in the end. Now, though, they've gained back some momentum, and off the break of this game, it's just grenades flying everywhere.
Yep, and PT straight in there now, opening up with, oh, it's going to be Knowlton who cleans up with him, does get the assist, though, now, and things really opening up on this top avenue. It's going to be up to R0ad to shut this down, and he goes down.
He does go down, but he did buy enough time for his teammates to come from that back alley area, and PD knows it, so he's going to have to drop back, try to see if he can find a new lead blocker. Oh, wait, what?
My goodness.
What? Oh, intercepted. The drone, though, still there. It's going to work out to be a dunk for PD. An extremely awkward scenario that actually works out for Infused.
Wow. And you did not see 2 points coming out of that at all.
Well, you heard me say he's going to wait for his lead blocker. I didn't think the player sitting in the top station window right there where PD just was going to get killed that quickly by the player. But you know what? He had an NV4 coming from bottom middle map.
Yeah.
Precise shots where he could only see the head of the player peeking out of there. Beautiful stuff. I believe that was Knowlton that made that dunk possible alongside PD as Infused come out to an early lead.
Well, R0ad was trying to just reset that drone as well. Manages to just get it back in that central area. Let's have a look and see what's going to happen. Joe does go down here as well, and things open up once more for Infused.
They've got lobby control, which so far in this map, Infused have locked this down, which is why you haven't seen R0ad really get much play with the drone as of yet. PD needs to figure out exactly where his teammates want to push this, because right now there's nobody dead on R0ad. Once they get that kill back station, you're going to see all the red arrows begin to push towards this side. PD does get around the corner in time. Marky B gets a kill, as well as Moose, but Urban on the flank, the two-piece should be enough. But no, his teammate does die, and now he'll go ahead, push in for this free dunk.
It's got to be 2. There we go. It does go in. Marky B with the follow-up kill as well, just wreaking havoc in the original spawn of R0ad. And they could be actually trying to get a bit of a relay going. Pass may come in.
Positive 10 now in the slang in just 2 minutes of gameplay. 11, sorry. For Infused, that is why you have yet to see any sort of offensive pressure from R0ad. They have been pinned in their base. So even like, for example, right here, they get 3 kills in their spawn. Infused are going to have enough time to not only come up, but challenge back towards lobby and stop any sort of pressure from coming in towards their base. It's this wave of kills right here that R0ad have failed to get so far this map. There's the entry. Can they follow up off of it?
Let's see if something can happen with this Scarab. Oh, it could be a big one, but Blast Shield denies that kill. Joe is in control, though, and R0ad need to produce something here. Infused currently 5-0 up, and R0ad really haven't shown much.
And remember I talked about that wave of kills from middle map? There it is, 3-piece, dunk to follow up. Not exactly sure why Moose was playing so far back there. Did he have something called in? I'm not entirely sure. Instead, though, that'll be a free dunk for R0ad as they finally get kills in middle, and they're doing it again here. This is another scoring opportunity.
Very, very nice movement there from Zero, but
that's a dunk.
Down. And that is going to be another for Urban. Oh, no. Why did he throw it? All Infused were down.
Maybe didn't think they spawned out towards that bottom statue area. This could actually come back to bite R0ad, because now you've got a player all the way in the opposing team's base. R0ad doing all he can to stay alive. Moose with the kill. Joe turns around the corner and doesn't actually see where the player is. The botched 1-point toss, though, from Marky B and crew as they go for something a little bit more of a different throw over that top station building. Doesn't work out for him there.
I just don't understand why he threw it. He was within inches of getting a 2-point capture with full armor.
There is some times where there can be a spawn right in this back stairwell where maybe he was a little worried the player was going to be right in that corner. Could go for a body block. Beautiful streak from PD to actually stop that scoring opportunity. Joe, the last player here for R0ad, as he tries to make a play happen. Not going to work out this time around. But yeah, back to what we were talking about, why he went for the throw instead of the dunk. I'd actually love to hear from his perspective what the communications were like, as that was just a weird scenario.
Yeah, and maybe we'll hear a bit about that in the post-game interview, depending on who takes this victory. Knowlton finding 2, opening things up, and again, it is Infused that capture another 2 points.
Marky B is the key player here. If we could switch on over to him, he's trying to stay alive near this white truck area. If he does, he's going to force a spawn still in back alley. Does get killed off, but he's got a teammate here, your top ticket. Did PD know the drone was being passed to him? I don't believe so. It didn't look like he was prepared for that. He was trying to watch over his teammate in back alley, and out of nowhere, a drone lands in his hands. And he's not in a position to go for a throw. He misses the one-point play twice now for Infused, where they have missed out on a point opportunity.
Yeah, and you just don't know if it's communication or what it is that's breaking down. Fortunately for them, though, they do still have quite a notable lead here, 7-3. Just about time left on this clock for one final push, and it's going to be by R0ad.
Yeah.
That's Urban and Rated, the only two alive.
They might be able to go for a one-point throw over the apartment buildings, but no, this one is done. 7-3, the lead at the half for Infused. It's very strong, don't get me wrong. They have looked very solid. Their slaying presence at the start of that half was brilliant. But you got to say there were a couple of botched offensive routes that they took that you definitely know they want it back.
Yeah, I've got to say they almost seem quite fortunate in a way, Infused, to be up on this. And there's been a few mistakes that have been made for either team. But still, both bringing a good game here. Infused certainly excelling in the slaying department. It's actually Zero who's having a tough time.
Our key player matchup at the start of the series was Zero and Moose. Look where they currently stand. Moose 17-8, Zero 5-12. Maybe a big reason why R0ad do find themselves down by 2 possessions in this game. Again, lobby control over to Moose and crew. He just doesn't seem to lose 1v1 engagements.
Yeah, this really does seem to be the difference.
Okay.
Look at that, Moose again.
Okay.
Having a storming game. 19-9. Does go down there. Does have score streak unlocked. It's pushed now by Nolson.
Nolson's going to drop the drone there, just try to stay alive, reset his armor. And now he'll actually be the lead blocker for PD. Don't know if anything's going to actually develop off of this. If he can hit this high wall run, throw it over the apartment building, maybe a one-point play. Nope, not going to happen. It will reset.
Unfortunate there for PT. Gave it his best shot. Let's see what's going to happen now for Moose. Still 20-10. An incredible performance for him so far in this game.
Definitely an incredible performance for him so far this entire weekend.
Yeah.
As 3 do go down on R0ad. Nolson will just grab this drone to try to stall out time because he didn't have much of a presence in lobby from the rest of his team. You saw he was going for that over the apartment throw. Doesn't happen there as the drone will reset towards lobby. This time it's Marky B trying to develop a play towards this back park area.
Yeah, and you said Marky B was causing all kinds of trouble, just trying to force the spawn of R0ad and get a relay set up. He's a great tactician, is Marky.
That was a little bit awkward for PD right there. Marky thought he was going to get the kill traded out much quicker than that, and it doesn't actually happen. So instead of being able to go for a drone opportunity with overdrive, they now have to wait things on out, rewind use, and Boots does wind up losing that engagement. Not sure how much it meant in the actual scheme of things, though, as Infused still don't have enough pressure as of yet to get this drone forward. Now they do.
Yeah.
Now they do.
Zero and Urban, fortunately, there managed to clean up 2 and actually R0ad fight the way out of what was a sticky situation. Moose with that drone beside him, and he does lose it to Joe.
So there's that spawn I was talking about, right near that back apartment stair. Look at how fast R0ad come off their base, go for the interception, and what you thought was going to be a 2-point play maybe, instead is an interception and a reset of the drone.
Well, Marky does have control of it now. He's taking it back to the original spawning point as they push right through the middle map. It's actually going to be Moose who's going to try and find some entry kills if they want to find their way to the uplink center.
More importantly, you have this overdrive available, which many would regard as a free dunk if used correctly. Camo, as well as overdrive, will both be earned by Rated and Joe with enough time left to make an impact inside 2. Beautiful pass with the dunk as well from PD. He'll pop the reactive. Now a 3-possession game. You still have overdrive ready for Marky B. This might wind up being the dagger as this game closes on out.
Yeah, Marky finding 20 kills himself now, and this is looking quite a convincing performance from Infused. PT does have that drone in hand. They're still wanting to take this lead even further. A lot of time left on the clock. PD didn't get the opportunity to go for the throw.
Every single player on Infused positive right now. They're in full command of the slang of the drone, and the long-range throw hits off the roof right there. So it'll remain a 3-possession game either way with only 1 minute and 36 seconds left. R0ad have to triple their score. They've got Moose now on a 7 streak. I mean, I think this guy's got on a 7 streak every respawn I've seen him play this weekend.
Yeah, R0ad just needs to start going for some 2-point carry captures. Throws aren't going to cut it with this amount of time left on the clock. Big score streaks coming in from Infuse, though. They're just looking to close this one out now. 9-3, just over a minute of gameplay left.
Look at the minimap. Where is Moose right now? He's somehow in the spawn of R0ad. He's claimed this portal as his own.
Wow.
And now they're going to move forward with the drone. He's still on a 10 streak. They've now got overdrive popped 11-3. This one's done. Infused, proving that they are in this series at least, the better uplink team.
Oh, yeah. And
Just go to Moose. This is the only thing I want to see now.
Let's have a look, see what he can do here. 3 right in front of him. Oh,
no! Of course we have to show that, huh? Caster curse.
That could have been huge. But as you say, I don't think much is going to really matter here. With only 40 seconds left, 11-3. And Marky B is just going to hold on to this uplink drone and see this game out.
Positive 24 is infused right now in slaying. Kills are not everything, but they are everything. You can quote that. You can put that on a shirt.
Jack Dunlop.
Philosopher.
Of January.
50% of the time it works every time is how I started this map too. So don't really know where I'm going with these quotes, but that's going to be GG. Infused will take the series lead 2-1, and we'll go back to another hard point where they looked lights out earlier on in this series. Rel, you thought this would go to a Game 5, though, correct?
Yeah, that was my prediction, and purely because of how good both of these teams are. They're a great matchup against each other. That was a fairly one-sided game, in all honesty. The initial parts were towards Infused. As it went towards the mid-game, Orbit really kind of got back into it a little bit, but Infused just completely outclassed them towards the end, and they were just getting points for days.
Infused outclassed them from the first minute to the last. I mean, this is the team that got the 2 dunks in 90 seconds. They were outslaying by 10 kills by the halfway mark of side 1, and they didn't look back. 11-3, the final score on that map, as we'll take a look at our scoreboard. PD 30-24, but look at Moose, man. 34-17, a 2.0 KD. The guy is just untouchable.
Considering what his style of play used to be like, you wouldn't have thought that he would be as good as he is on Infinite Warfare with so much movement. And as we say, it's a completely different game. But here we go, putting up huge figures and making things look very easy against the best that Europe has to offer.
And we get to go to Retaliation, my favorite hardpoint map. Oh, gosh. Now, I actually don't know where to call this. I do not know where to call this, because you've seen brilliant moments from both of these teams throughout the series. Orbit look beautiful in Search and Destroy, and you know that that is in the minds of Infused. They do not want to let them get back to that game mode that they just really picked Infused apart in earlier on in the series. If you're Infused, though, you're looking at this one, and my eyes are still on Moose. Does this guy go double positive again with close to 40 kills on another hard point?
Well, only time will tell. I mean, you know, we've seen, I mean, even PT for Infused, he had his moment yesterday where he went on a 15-kill streak.
Yep.
And we heard a few people saying before, the only thing that's got them this far is individual performances within the team rather than the team itself working well together.
I thought you were going to say it's PT's beard. Because that's been a hot topic, apparently, in the EU Call of Duty scene.
Yeah, he's looks different. He looks very different to the way I remember it.
That actually does happen when you go from not having a beard to having a beard.
That's very true. But, yeah, nevertheless, Infused individual performances have been quite apparent throughout this tournament. And as we say, a lot of people saying that's the reason they're at this point.
Now, is this realistic, though, to expect these insane individual performances to keep up as the year goes on? For example, MLG Vegas, Facento, your MVP for Rise Nation as they took that title. He had his best event, arguably, of all time. But the big question that's been remaining in the North American Call of Duty scene is, can he do that again? Yeah. Can Moose keep this up outside of this event and just do it against North American teams, do it at the other EU events that are going to go on this year, or is this just a one-time thing for you?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's difficult to call because in terms of online performances, he's been strong there as well. I think it's the way that he works with this new lineup that he's found himself in. It just seems to bounce off them so well. He plays such a slaying-heavy role, and as we say, normally we wouldn't expect him to be as good as he is on a game that requires so much movement. He usually sits back, just pops his head up somewhere, and picks up kills. But hey, there you go.
Rel, I love you. I just want to share that. If this is our last cast ever, as you're saying, which I will not believe for as long as I'm a person. I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that, Jack. You're okay.
Okay. That actually has summed up my entire life.
You're okay.
I admit my love to somebody, and I get a "you're okay" back. So here we go. Let's get into game number 4, Orbit versus Infused. Let's watch Infused. You've watched Orbit every time off the break, Rel. I'm done with your biased self. Infused have beautiful jerseys. Thank you again. As now we're going to get to this game 4.
And we will start off with Moose straight on the hardpoint area. Does go down. Marky B going for this wall run. Marky B one of your favorites, isn't he?
He's just sneaking on up, and he's dead. Yeah, okay, maybe we should have watched Orbit. I'm sorry, because Infuse they're just getting wiped off the map right now.
Yeah, great start from Orbit. They did go down in the first hardpoint game, and that was incredibly close, actually, going to the final stages of it. Infuse just kind of stormed ahead thanks to big plays from PT. See if he can do that again here on Retaliation.
Tacticals now coming on out. The jammer grenade hits Joe right in the face, but look at your top scoreboard. 0 seconds for Infused right now. An 0-6 start from PD and Nolson. How do they begin to claw back into things? Maybe just an uncharacteristic first bridge hardpoint. 40-0.
Wow.
This is going to be a full time now over to Orbit. Joe should be cleaned on up, and there, finally Infused will get on the board. But either way, slow start.
Yeah, that was almost a perfect start for Orbit. Incredible stuff. Let's see what is going on now. I'm on board with Moose in the hardpoint area, and you can see he's just trying to keep himself away. He knows that somebody is under that barrier who is going to pick up the kill.
That bike shop area, the amount of times I've gone to slide through that when I'm playing and I just hit it with my forehead because I fail my movement has been one too many. 51-13 for Orbit. Look at teams now focusing towards top patio control. Moose actually flanking all the way through this hotel hallway, and R0ad reads it like a book. Beautiful stuff from him. There's the strength of the NV4. Every player on Orbit wins their one-on-one gunfight. But actually, look at the spawns that come in on your minimap. Moose, because he died first, before the spawns were pushed out by Orbit, he actually is alive near this back hotel area. This could spell disaster for Orbit. It looks like it's going to. Moose, big plays, huge kills, and that's example of where you don't see that in the scoreboard at the end of the game. But when you do that mid-map, this now has perfectly set up Infused to go for a full 60 to bring them back in this game.
Yeah, this could be huge for them, actually. Marky B isn't going to have any engagements.
It's going to be huge.
Orbit trying to make a collective push here. Kills RB in exchange. Marky B is going to come under some pressure now.
And this is not the gun he wants to have. That's where the K-bar is at its best. Joe shows it off right there. Clean break from Orbit. They push players in from not only the top bridge area, but through the hotel. That is the way you break this top Cathedral hardpoint. 93-29 now as Infused continue to fall further and further behind in this game. And Rel, your Game 5 prediction is looking sweeter and sweeter by the moment.
Oh, I'm known for accurate predictions, Jack. Okay. Never get them wrong.
That is not true.
But it is certainly looking that way because Infused are just crumbling right before our eyes here. After putting up such a good show previously on hardpoint, Orbit just seemed to be dominating them.
And if I'm Orbit right now, please, Infused, gladly give you the rest of this time, because right now Orbit are perfectly set up for this broken hill. They've got a player inside the top bar area. They have R0ad on your minimap. That's #1 watching over top scaffolding. Urban peeking towards bridge. And they're going to have this spawn near this back scaffolding area. They're going to easily supplement this hard point. This 60-second lead is now up to an 80-second lead. If they hold off this wave, it'll go up to a 90-second lead. Infused know how key it is to break this hill right here before this game gets out of hand.
Yeah, and they're doing all that they can, but just don't seem to be able to find the way in. PT has been chasing the opponent for so long. He's so desperate to get this kill that he's taking his eyes off the hard point. My goodness, he's been...
Oh, no!
Oh, and he finally gets it. If he'd have got taken out there, that would have been humiliating.
And still, look at how much time has been burned. Great. Again, if PD, silver lining for Infused, he gets fully streaked out again, just like that last hard point we saw. But here, Orbit, go ahead, Infused. Take the last 10 seconds. We've got 40 off that hill again. Up by 80 seconds right now. Our Orbit looking to force this Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, the Infused are just getting completely outslayed. That's the problem here because, again, Orbit are first on the rotation. They are set up well, and Infused have to put in a lot of work and a big shift to break into this. And by that point, it's probably going to be next time for the hard point.
This is for a spot in the top 3, and both teams are playing like it. They know what's on the line here this weekend. So many pro points, 5,000 per player in first. 150-58. Love this spot that Zero is in. Just a good little contest spot. He can watch over his top bedroom window. As long as his teammates stay alive in the hotel hallway area, he should be free to get as much time as he wants for his team. Infused. I mean, look at Nolson, 4-14. Uncharacteristic from him. Not only is he doing poorly in slaying, now 4-15, but look at his objective time in the hard point. This guy can't do anything right now.
No, and it's quite embarrassing, really, for Infused, this, because they're just getting absolutely dominated. Whoop! This is not as close as we expected. Oh, and he doesn't make that kill.
The sound effects would have been way cooler if he did.
Yes, definitely would. PT now finally bringing in those score streaks. Manages to find one. Does take down R0ad.
Okay. PD's like, guys, can I get any sort of help? I'm doing everything I can.
And it just doesn't seem to be enough. I mean, you highlight the fact Nolson, 4 and 16, quadruple negative.
Now he's just sprinting around, somehow finding these Orbit players. He's going to have his hands full, though, as 2 are around the corner. Okay, Petey, you can calm down now. He's going to go challenge another. Finally, Joe gets him while he's weak. But Infused are slowly crawling back into things. They were down by 110 seconds. Now just 70. Last time we were on this bridge hardpoint, it was Orbit getting 40-plus seconds on it, while Infused only got 4. And they're just going to play around this contest. These are the gunfights that Infused were losing earlier on, these trades, right? For the moment, it does look like they will come out on top. There it is for Marky B. Beats down Urban. 162 to about 110 now will be the scoreline, as this rotation can be key for the rest of this map. How long can Orbit hold on to this lower street hardpoint?
Yeah, that was a huge hardpoint for Infused, but again, Orbit just too quick on the rotation, took down 3, leaves Moose all by himself.
And they know exactly where he's going.
Yeah, they're going to spawn out, and again, Orbit have a solid setup going.
This has been the story of this whole game. Orbit gave up 15 seconds to earn 45 to 60. Kills still being blue for the most part. Finally, a player from Infused does have a presence inside the hill, but that is short-lived as Joe gets the 2-piece.
Certainly does, and Orbit now starting to run away with it. 250 is what they're aiming for, and Joe just finally coming under contest on that hard point. Nolson trying to step things up a bit, only double negative now, 10 and 19. That's his second kill. And Infused really need to pull something out of the bag here.
If Infused do go to a game 5, Nolson just needs to realize, guys, I had just an uncharacteristic map. I mean, even Moose right now, who has been your superstar this whole weekend. 12 and 15, only 21 seconds in the objective as well. This is it for me. This Cathedral hardpoint is this whole map for me. What do Infused do? Can they clutch up here?
Man, Zero is getting hyped in the booth. I can hear him from here. And we have headsets on, and they're concealed in a booth as he is going absolutely massive for his team. 6 kill streak. He got a huge 3-piece. Orbit looking to close this one out on, well, he won't make it on this hard point, but certainly get close.
Yeah, and now the streaks are coming into play. This is basically the last-ditch effort for both of these teams, as they know that Orbit can basically close the door here on this Cathedral hardpoint. Urban just trying to stay alive, doesn't actually spot Moose behind that cover. If Infused get these full 30 seconds, it will be 201 to about 155. But the rotation towards Broken last time was terrible for Infused. That's the scariest part of all of this. And Orbit are going to get that exact scenario again.
Yep.
So you have one player in Broken, one watching the close curve area. You've got Rated watching top bridge. And then you've obviously got a player top scaffolding. Can Infused pick this one apart? Petey way ahead of his teammates here. He's got actually no one with him as of yet, but he's broken through the lines of Orbit. And now you should see a player spawn out towards the top market area. This is exactly what Infused want.
Oh, that could have been a huge kill if Petey pulled.
They've got to go quick. Infused need to go very fast right now. These final 2 players, Nolson as well as Marky B, need to soar on in and try to get these kills. They're only going to get 1. And why do I say that? Because the 2 players coming off spawn and market were trailing them right there. Best thing that could have happened for Orbit in that scenario.
Orbit could close the door on them right now.
No,
they
game's
win
done.
On this hard point.
This game's done.
Infused need to go massive here. They have no other choice than to just go crazy with the slaying. And Market Moose is just edging his way in. I'm pretty sure this is done, Jack.
Yeah, I'm going to keep repeating it because Orbit are the better team at this broken hardpoint. Simple as that. They know how to regain composure quicker. They know exactly where they need to put priority towards with these spawns. And you've seen them continually. Right there, Zero just spawned there. There is no better area you can... Oh, there you go. Urban now available on the map. And why is this happening? Because they've got control of the top scaffolding area. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5.
Wow, uncontested on that final hard point. Orbit making it look very, very easy there.
Yeah.
Quite a convincing victory. Oh, and this is going to be a tense search and destroy, Jack.
That was a 100-second difference between those 2 teams, with only an 8-kill difference in the overall slaying. What does that tell you? Orbit played that map better on a fundamental level. It wasn't like they were lighting up the kill feed at all times. Hell, Petey got full streaks a couple times during that game. But what they did was get a 100-second difference on Broken alone.
It's incredible to actually see it. And it's like you say, it wasn't necessarily the kills that were the big difference there. It was the way that they could just hold on to a hard point. Yep. Especially that final one was a classic example. I mean, even the very first hard point, Infused got 1 point on, I believe. Orbit got 44, 45.
We're finally getting to see some quality EU matches here, going to a game 5 now. Here's your scoreboard for that hard point. Moose, quiet game, 17 and 18. Probably, honestly, one of his weakest hard points this whole weekend.
Yeah, and it's quite surprising to say that, given that he's only -1. equal time distribution on the hills, really, there. All the players just kind of rotate between themselves. We've talked about the fact that there doesn't seem to be assigned roles. There doesn't seem to be assigned roles anymore within a team, Jack.
Well, these teams will get prepared for game number 5, Throwback S&D. This is for a spot in the top 3. The prestigious winners bracket final. They'll be able to sit back and relax and watch them losers bracket after this, I would assume, as we go ahead and keep the day rolling. After this, I think still 6 more series, potentially 7 if we do see a double best of 5 in the grand finals. Share the stream, folks. MLG.tv/Call of Duty. Go on social media. Put a picture of your favorite animal with it. I don't care. Just get it out there.
Sure, if that's what you want to do.
Pictures of animals gain a lot of traction.
This is how we're going to promote the event with animals. Brilliant, I love it. But yes, final map now. The guys are just going to be selecting their rigs. And boy, I mean, the previous search and destroy that we saw was fairly one-sided towards Orbit, and they were so clinical and precise. They had some great strategies. Double bluffs were going on as to which bomb site they were going to push. I think Orbit are going to take this now, you know.
You think so? You're with Orbit.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm going against my original prediction, but just based off that previous search and destroy, Orbit were just, they were unstoppable. I can't see them dropping us S&D now.
I think I'm siding with you as well. I really do, because they picked apart everything of Infused on that map. Here on Throwback, though, definitely some play style differences that you can see in this game mode, but for the most part, S&D is S&D. And if Orbit are going to play it like they did in Game 2, then I'm siding with you as well. Also might help that you have the blue Orbit on that you're currently wearing.
That's right.
In person.
Yeah.
Wonderful suit there.
That's my bias coming out.
That's that. You did this on purpose.
I did.
You did this on purpose. Thankfully for either of these two teams, if they do lose this series, though, well, they're not out of things yet. They drop down to the losers bracket, and they actually face, I believe, Aware.
Yeah, and Aware are kind of the shock surprise team so far.
They're the dark horse.
Yeah, definitely the dark horse now coming into this. They had a bit of an upset by knocking out Fnatic yesterday, which I don't think many people were expecting. And they put on a great display, and I think people aren't giving them the credit they deserve sometimes.
I still think they have a lot to learn as a team, but for their first showing, for a lot of these new young players, a lot of them not even based in the UK, great stuff from them. Folks, this is what it's all about. It's a Game 5. It's Championship Sunday, and it's Infused going up against Orbit. Off the break, it will be the Infused squad playing on offense. Search and destroy. If you don't know how it all plays, there's 2 bomb sites to go to plant the objective. Either kill the team on defense before they can wind up holding it off and plant that bomb, or you basically just command the map, plant the objective, and let it explode to win it for your team. Some shots of the squads as we get into it. Who are we watching off the break?
We'll start off watching the attacking team. I want to see what's going to be going on for Nolson. I don't think we've given too much airtime so far, so let's see if he's going to be one of the more aggressive as we get straight into this. This is the final map in the best of 5 series between Infused and Orbit.
And, it's going to develop quickly towards middle already. 2 kills for Infused. Joe with the submachine gun trying to even things back out. Maybe a little bit too of an aggressive play from PD right there. Not sure why exactly he did that with no trade opportunity available. It might come back to bite Infused in this round, though, as they should have a 3v2 number advantage. Instead, it's 2-2.
Yeah, and this is a great position now for Nolson.
Swapping over to Joe.
Let's
go take a look at him.
See what he's doing.
Joe playing this close corner does. Check it. They could hold hands right now. Marky doesn't, or sorry, Nolson doesn't. There, Marky B goes flying on out. 1v1, and Urban's got all the information he could need.
Here we go, and surely Urban's going to catch him off guard. Yes, he does. And first round goes towards Orbit.
You know, don't you think Infused would like to have another player alive right there?
Yeah, it'd be great if they had 5 on the team.
I'm mainly talking about when PD sprints the middle map by himself with nobody near him.
Yeah, you know, well, this is it, and PT sometimes has received a bit of flack for being a bit of a loose cannon when it comes to search and destroy and taking risks that he might not necessarily need to. But I've got to say, from watching him and casting him for so long, it's he has changed his play style, and he does seem to have toned that approach down a bit.
Well, look at this setup now from Orbit. Their play style here, command middle map, let R0ad with the NV4 shut down any sort of pressure that can come from this back train area. I don't think they have any idea, though, of where PD has now gotten to, though, on the map. Thankfully for Orbit, they call for a quick rotation, and that's actually best-case scenario for them, as this is actually going to come down to a timing window. Let's see PD now. on the flank. How exactly does he play this? Pokes out with the keyboard, actually doesn't get the kill. But he'll back on out with his life.
It's really, really unfortunate for him. Now 2 versus 2. Joe with the bomb in hand. PT, oh no, and he finds 2, and that could have been both kills for him. Kill is traded though. 0 against Marky B. Ex-teammates going head to head.
In both of these 1v1 scenarios, the information advantage early on went over to R0ad. Last time they were able to win it. Does it work out here? Right now, I don't think either player knows exactly where their opponent is. 29 seconds left. The one thing that favors Infused here is they know exactly where the objective is down at, and Zero has to plant it in the next 20.
So see Marky B's position. I don't think he's going to budge from there. So we'll get on board with Zero, who has managed to collect it now. As you said, Jack, they have no idea that they're pretty much touching toes there.
And that's a round win for Infused.
Yeah, and that was very, very easy as Marky cleans things up. Again, tense stuff, and this is the kind of thing that Search and Destroy brings.
Former teammates too.
Yeah,
makes it even more intense. Remember, these guys, they were together for a long time. This was not any short stint. This old Infused roster together for a large portion.
Oh yeah,
CWL Season 1. As now we're tied up 1-1, Infused back on offense.
I mean, they've got a lot to prove here. Obviously, these guys split up, as you said, Jack. They've teamed together for that long. They want to come out as being the more successful duo.
Yep, and both these teams have the same thing in mind. Sit in the back of the map, pre-aiming with our assault rifles.
Seems to be the approach for the defense. But A has been left open a little bit. Is Zero going to be able to spot this?
and because of how passive the offensive team plays here, R0ad, they send 3 to B. They just think, oh, they've got to be a B site, right? No. They just decide to go for a late timing push, and it works out perfectly. R0ad punished for rotating a little bit too early.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Zero's positioning there a little bit questionable because he just completely left the A-bomb site open.
Well, now 28 seconds left. R0ad need to put the foot on the gas pedal if they want any chance of getting this round 1. You can see right now from R0ad, he decides to trust in his teammates, and I think this is the perfect play call. There it is. The defuse comes in. That shows how confident he is in his teammates. R0ad heads up stuff as his teammates go flying over towards the bike path. The other 2 members of Infused are playing baseball, basically, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, and it was a difficult way to place the defuse that as well. I mean, Infused had eyes on it, but put his trust in his teammates, and it paid off. We'll see what's going on now for the attack inside. Is there any particular play you want to watch, Jack?
I want to watch Joe really quick because he's already got his overdrive. Little ability. He's looking for the timing window in middle map, and they have, oh gosh, they have no idea that he is here.
He is, almost behind enemy lines there, but does get spotted.
And now Joe's going to have to figure out how does he play this one. Will toss out the cluster grenade to buy himself some time. Numbers now fully go in favor of Infused.
Yeah, Infused manages to find one. Still 2 remaining. Joe and Zero kill traded off though. Infused still in a more commanding position.
Joe does get his 2nd kill of the round, and now again back to a 2v2 scenario for Infused where they had a number advantage.
That's going to be quite disappointing. They should be closing this one out, and they've really just let it slip. You see Nolson give it chase, and Nolson needs to make that, and he does. 1 versus 1 now. Zero against Nolson, and Zero knew exactly where he was.
Nolson does the right thing by getting out of there right away. As both players will just let the round continue to develop. Remember, this time around, it's up to Nolson and crew.
Well, it's going to be a game of cat and mouse here, Jack. And they have completely lost each other. So, bomb is likely to be going down awfully soon. Not long left on that clock. It looks like it's going to be coming down to the kills.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where the objective hasn't even been picked up yet. Nolson challenges. It's a round win, though, for R0ad. Nicely done by Zero to clutch that one up.
And they are standing out once more on Search and Destroy, unsurprisingly. And who are putting up the big numbers? It's actually R0ad who's dropping behind.
3-1. The round count lead right now for R0ad. But think of this. Round 1, Infused get a number advantage, play a little bit too aggressive, no trade opportunity, they lose that round. Now in round 4, R0ad wind up getting in a 2v4 with Joe pinned in top vending. Joe gets 3 kills somehow.
And Joe, I mean, he's going massive for his team right now. 9-3 in such a crucial map here. Bomb is going to go down.
Again, they give up a free site.
Yeah.
But this has worked so far for R0ad, so I can't question it. This time around, they're going from a completely different angle, and that is a pinch across all sorts of the map.
There we go. Bomb is down. nobody is challenging it.
Look at this. Look at this that's about to happen. This round going to end very quickly with the kills from here. Already 3v3 as the push towards Lemon is coming in. Beautiful shots from Moose as he just snaps onto Zero.
That was incredible. Urban now left all on his own in a 1 versus 2. Time is against him. Oh, and he's going to go down as well as Infuse claw around back. Take it within 1.
Moose saves that round for his team with the kill on Zero inside bottom grannies right there.
He does, and it was it was such a little pop shot.
Yep.
Very, very skilled to actually pull that off, and it's a good job that it didn't require 1 more bullet, or otherwise that could have been a very different round.
Most certainly Infuse keeping this one close. You can't help but think that if they do secure the rounds where they get a number advantage, they are 4-1 in rounds right now. Up 4-1 in rounds, sorry. Instead, though, they're down by 1. And they're going to be on the defensive side again, going with a more passive play.
On which side is he going to go?
He actually slid past.
Yeah. Decides to go on his own side. He is going to take some damage from the grenade. Is going to manage to escape now with the bomb down. Great for Orbit.
Oof. R0ad does get taken out from behind. And now Infuse will begin to put the pressure on. How do Zero and Urban try to play this, the duo?
Oh, gotta be careful now. No one is going for the defuse.
He's just checking the moment. Oh, he saw the player. Did he not see him?
Urban's cleaning up there. It's all down to Nolton.
What?
Oh! That was dirty.
Nolton. 1 versus 1. Time is ticking, though.
Surely this time is going to be played now.
And Urban knows exactly when he needs to check it. Yeah. This will be a perfect timing window. 8-4 now for Urban. Ooh, that one was a little bit closer than it needed to be. But again, what happens there? Infused, 3v2, lose the round.
Yeah. That turn, by the way.
Oof. It's simple. It really is simple when you look at it. This is another example of a game where if I'm Infused's coach, I'm showing them this gameplay and going over it, because there have been some major holes in the setup. You have R0ad at 0-5, Zero at 1-4. This is a 2v4. The Joe and Urban show a combined 19-9.
Wow. Rated 0-5 on Search and Destroy. That is very unusual to see. The self-proclaimed best Search and Destroy.
It happens to me all the time. Hey, yeah. Look at how far it got me.
Yeah, and we could be seeing Rated casting soon.
Wow. I mean, I don't know about that. I think he's still got a career ahead of him, even though he's gone 0-5 here. I think he's still in a pretty good spot to play professional Call of Duty.
Bomb is down. R0ad does find a kill now.
You see, he heard that. He heard that comment and said, no, please do not put me on that level. Gets first blood for his team. Again, just going to dance around this site as they'll go soaring on forward. The same mindset as before. Trusting in his teammates. Not going to happen here.
Very risky, but almost paid off. And Nolton was just wanting a fist bump. He was just left hanging. But Infused now. Infused within 1 round. Nolton was just holding his fist out. No one was giving anything to him.
Yeah, I feel like you've experienced that before, Rel. You
Many a time.
You empathize with him there.
Well, we are coming to the closing stages then of the Search and Destroy, but it really hangs on a knife edge.
Look at the scoreboard right now. 3 payload abilities ready for Infused. Talk about an area to swing this momentum in their favor. How do they elect to use it, though, as this time does go on?
Yeah, and it's whether they're going to condense all of them into 1 round and almost try and guarantee a victory for themselves, or take a chance and split it across the remaining ones.
Scarab now out. Does force the player off the site for a second, so no objective planted. Still, though, a minute left, so they have a ton of time to work with.
So, Harkey, fortunate not to connect there. The bomb now has been planted, so pressure is applied once again.
Here we go. We've seen the scenario so many times. It's going to come out to trading quickly, knowing how to call out the opponents, and cutting them down as fast as possible. There's a pinch coming in from Urban, though, in middle map, and he does give away his position. Still a 3 versus 3, 25 seconds remaining.
He can't just go straight for this defuse. He's going to have to find the kills here.
Oh, gosh.
He's searching everywhere, but just can't spot anyone. He's got to know that there's someone behind this bush, surely.
There's one, but Joe wins the gunfight inside bowling. This is an awkward scenario. Not going to happen. Orbit now 1 round away from sending Infused to the loser's bracket.
Oh, and this would be really big for them if they can take it. And you can just see there the closing moments as Urban cleans up too. And this is big news for Orbit as well, because as we say, coming into this was so neck and neck between these 2 teams, and this is probably going to be one of their greatest challenges in this tournament.
All right, Marky B, this is where you come into play. This is where you're the leader we all know and love. Centurion ready to go. Do they go for a quick plant? Do they wait for a first blood? Look, go to Joe. Go to Joe. He's popped his overdrive again. He's completely behind Infused. One gunfight here behind the bus. Just need to chase down this kill as fast as possible. There it is. First blood for R0ad. So close to winning this game.
Yeah, very, very important.
Oh, it's
he made that kill, and it's going to be all over unless PD can pull something special out of the back. Manages to find one, but he does go down, and that is going to mean R0ad take it. And that is a huge victory for R0ad. Infused are being sent into the loser bracket, and R0ad have guaranteed themselves a top 3 placement and solidified their spot in the winner bracket final.
Search and Destroy wins championships, folks. And right there, R0ad put on a show.
Wow.
Crazy stuff from them. A combined 25-11 from Joe and Urban as they wind up taking that map and the series 3-2 over Infused. Our winners bracket semifinal number 2 did not disappoint at all. And now Infused will begin the losers bracket run after this.
Wow, well, there we go. It was a great game, Jack. I want to throw it over to the analysts now and see what they thought. Brycey, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, map 5, we went all the way, but R0ad got away with it. But we are starting to see a little bit of weakness in the R0ad squad.
I thought they looked pretty strong. I thought R0ad was going to win. Definitely the wrong map count. I kind of undersold Infused a little bit. I thought, to be honest, I didn't expect PD and Moose to kind of continue their great performances. They did. Just Joe, too strong in that game 5.
Yeah, it really was. And we kind of said this, you know, I think R0ad's not had the greatest of tournaments so far. And he said it himself. He goes, I don't know what's going on with my respawn this weekend. And then the SD didn't start off well either. So obviously there's some issues there that he's trying to kind of work through. But if he plays a little bit better, it probably would have been 3-0.
I mean, the rest of the team are playing very well as well. So if he's got that trust in his teammates to do well, we did see some big plays from him from time to time, but I'm sure we'll go through that one soon.
Yeah, we certainly will. Of course, you know, still a big game from R0ad. Infused. We saw PD and Moose again. They just continuously seem to be laying an awful lot of hammer down on every team they come against.
Yeah, but you saw in the retaliation hardpoint, I believe it's PD that doesn't get off to the best of start, and they fall so far behind that they don't have the opportunity to make that comeback once he starts to heat up in the end. So I feel like Infused just relying on those two guys so heavily right now.
Yeah.
You need to see Nolson or Marky B really step it up going forward.
But maybe, hey, if they can do it every game, then maybe there's something there. I mean, PD... It does seem to be...
Sure, if you have 2 guys play out of their minds every game, there's a good chance you're going to win, Brycey.
Hey, they keep doing it. So I knew the retaliation, he slowed down, but he picked it up towards the game. That's the reason he started to come back.
Moose had a slow game on retaliation as well, though. So, I mean, you're right. You can't just put all of their eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Right. I mean, those 2 guys are not picking up the kills. There should be kills for the other 2 somewhere. They should be able to pick them up. They're just not able to do so.
I found it very interesting. Obviously, you could hear Zero getting hyped. He said something, you know, every single kill. He clearly was really getting into that game. They knew their respawn had suffered this weekend. But... you know, they managed to pull it through. When we go into the S&D, we said, yeah, we're pretty sure they've got this as well.
What's the sign of a good team able to bounce back with some tough losses, right? I mean, you expect to come in here, R0ad, it would be a very good respawn team. Obviously, they're search and destroy with R0ad and Joe. You expect to be very good as well. But when they drop the first, you know, respawn game modes, they're able to bounce back, win those second ones, keep extending these series.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, before we go too far into this and start breaking down the maps, I'm going to throw it down to the floor for an interview. It's Lottie with probably a very stressed Zero.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Are you stressed, Zero?
Very, yeah.
Well, let's talk about your first map. So, Courage, while he was casting, mentioned that you guys have shown the same gameplay style in the first hardpoint map as you have at the first of the series and the entire tournament. Was that your downfall for this one?
Well, Scorch Hardpoint is probably our worst map out of all the hardpoints. I played pretty well, but this weekend's been pretty inconsistent for our players. We knew it was going to be tough with the Scorch as it's our worst, but we knew we could pull it through. And the other respawns and the S&Ds, we're a brilliant S&D team.
What have you got to do to improve your hardpoint going further into the tournament?
Just work on. Well, we can't work on it, but we just talk about things, what we need to improve on. Like, we played that map so much better. We played Scorch Hardpoint so much better than we used to. But we just need to win now.
Of course. And also, let's talk about Moose on the opposition. A player like him on your opposite team must be really difficult. Was that quite pressurizing playing against someone like him?
No, because I know my teammates are... I have the 3 best teammates in Europe right now. Moose wasn't going to be a problem. Neither was Mark, neither was Pete. None of them were.
And you dominated the S&D. Now, what was your strategy for this?
Which S&D? Because I didn't dominate anything in the last one.
like the second map, sorry?
Second map, yeah, I played all right last map. It was all Joe and Dave. Reese at the end as well, but I had a shocking map.
I mean, as a team, as a whole, you guys did really, really well in it. So what was your strategy for that?
We just know we're a really good S&D team. Like, either one of us can go off, or we just play as a team. At that point, Dave and Joe just had a phenomenal game. Me, on the other hand, it was pretty bad.
It was a really back and forth series, so the uplink saw you guys lose. Did that give you the motivation to push on in the final one?
Like I said, our respawn's been pretty iffy with the players. A couple of us playing neg, a couple of us going neg, a couple of us having a bad respawns. Like I had a bad uplink, but retaliation hardpoint, we didn't win that map online against them in the 2K. We got 100-point club and we come and land and destroy them.
And lastly, your last map was really awesome for us, especially in the audience. I'm sure very stressful for you. What did you guys capitalize on in that one?
Just said Dave and Joe, carry on doing what you're doing. I was just literally watching bomb. That's all I could do. I couldn't get a kill.
Well, it certainly worked. Well, thank you so much, Zero, and congratulations. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Very humble, Zero there. Didn't think he did an awful lot, but I think he did
Big
just
contributor
enough.
in Game 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did enough. Like I said, I think the hard point they won, you know, Zero getting so hyped you could hear him, that definitely was a contributing factor. For me, like, so this team obviously has a bit of strength in depth. There's two duos that have come together. Their S&D looks very solid. Just obviously need to step it up on it a little bit. They also threw some fire.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a different spot than he was last year.
Yeah.
Like last year, you almost kind of plug him into this infused team, like in the role that Moose is, where Moose is just kind of consistently getting that support, just going off every game. Yeah. With 3 other very talented players around him. Obviously, the players around him last year are very good, but he does not need to put that much pressure on himself every game. Like, if Joe's having a great search and destroy like he did in Game 5, like, all he has to do, like he said, is just watch bomb, play different positions.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's actually go into this map by map then and start breaking this down. The first hard point was where it started to look a little bit shaky for the guys on Orbit. Infuse started powering through, and again, Moose and Petey were the name of the game.
I think Petey, for me, was the guy that you had to look towards, though. I mean, Moose played it well, but I think it was in the last time we went to Middle Hill, and Petey really held it down. I think we might see it in the highlights. But yeah, really good game by all of them. For me, I think it was the Orbit we've been seeing in these hard points typically not perform fantastically. I know Trey said that this is probably their least favorite map, picking up a 3-piece himself there, though, anyway. And it was relatively close at points, but I think, you know, it was just came down to Petey having a good game again.
Yeah, I mean, Orbit makes a little bit of a comeback. They make it a little bit more interesting than it looked like it was going to be, but, I mean, their rotations were not the best. You know, they didn't win the key gunfights in the hill when there was, like, those one-on-one engagements, and that's what gave it over to Infuse.
Yeah, I think when you look at these two teams, you know, it was a point where you thought, oh, you know, Orbit have got this, but it's Infuse seem explosive. I think that's the kind of the best way I can put it, is that you really can't count them out of this game, even if they don't look like they have control for a good portion of it, because they do have those explosive players at the moment, and that's what's making them so difficult to bet against.
You know, after watching the fourth hardpoint, the retaliation, it kind of feels like a little bit of the same, except the only difference in this game 1 is that Moose and Petey both kind of turned it on and really brought it back, and they didn't, I mean, obviously they got an early lead. They were not able to let Orbit come back in the game. If you look at Game 4, you know, the Orbit gets a big lead, and when Petey and Moose start to play well, they're just not able to come back.
Yeah. Also, Nolson did very, very well in that game as well. So they had 3 players really kind of laying the hammer down. R0ad, again, not doing great. Just double-checking his score. You know, I didn't think he did particularly well again, and we said this before, you know, R0ad knows he's having a few issues of it. He has no idea why. Some of the pro players saying, yeah, we've been there, you know, it's just something that happens occasionally.
Everyone has bad games.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
It's been a few bad games now.
Yeah.
It's been a few bad games. You expect him to bounce out of it, though, and it could be just he's kind of adjusting to his role in this team as well. You know, having some other players, you know, pick up a lot of the kills that he was used to getting.
Yeah, could be. All right, well, let's move on to the search and destroy then and see how this went down. It did end 6-3. But again, this is just Orbit. You know, you didn't really doubt them that much coming into this one.
No, and with you know, how good they are in search and destroy, you kind of favored them in this one, I believe. But you know, looking at them as a whole, as a team, this is why they're very scary. I mean, they're able to win these Game 2s even after dropping the Game 1, and they're right back in the series, and they have the firepower going into respawn game modes yet again to take it out. But I feel like if Infused wants to consistently be at the top, I feel like this is the game mode they need to go back and really work on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't think it was anything particularly stand out for Orbit. They just looked the strong team. It was pretty close all the way through, and then they just pulled away at the end. A couple of good rounds by them. But I mean, realistically, we've just seen the typical Crusher gameplay that we've seen all weekend. Most teams just rotating around, rushing forward at times, and whether it's going to pay off or not. And it just paid off for a couple of rounds towards the end for Orbit there, and walking away with the win.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and I think for me, you know, Orbit, it's a theme that continues going on. You know, it's Orbit S&D, Orbit S&D. Kind of interested to see, you know, Orbit versus Elevate. See how that S&D goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Reedy was hanging out a little bit with us earlier, and he was saying his S&D this weekend has really kind of struggled, and you expect him to kind of lead that team in search and destroy. So maybe they're a little bit more vulnerable than usual Elevate is.
Yeah, I'll be curious to kind of see that matchup later on. But I'll tell you what, let's move on now to map number 3. It is the uplink. And there was a point where we were like, can they come back? Can they? No, they're not coming back. It was pretty much how that game went.
Yeah, this one was a lot like, we've seen some crazy blowouts in uplink this weekend. I mean, the games really just haven't been close. And when they have been close, it's just been because both teams are just missing one-point plays and just not really kind of coordinating right. Get in for 2, and you see what happens when one team coordinates and the other team doesn't.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was a point in this where we were like, you know, it's going to be fairly close. There's a lot going on here, and I was convinced we were going to see another very tight finish to this. And then we go into the second half, and I'm just like, well, that was a stupid thought. Why did I even think that for? And yeah, it just looked stronger. Like, it was a respawn. Instead of going, is it going to be every respawn for Infused?
I think Infused were just setting up better, though. They got a couple of occasions where they could get a couple of relay points off. You know, they had a few decent opportunities, and I don't think Orbit they weren't really slaying on par with Infused on that map necessarily, so that really just let them down. They couldn't actually get any control from that point, and it was always going to go Infused way if they're going to slay as hard as they did against Orbit.
I mean, look, Infused, they win that one pretty handily, and I think the biggest takeaway for me coming out of this event is like EU's gone backwards in terms of uplink play from last year to this year. I don't know what it is. Maybe they just have not put enough time in yet on the mode.
I mean, I feel like
it seems like these games are just every one is just a blowout.
Yeah, but I mean, we spoke about uplink this weekend anyway and said we think the ones are too inconsistent right now. That's I'm convinced too inconsistent. So this map is very interesting for me because Orbit, fantastic start, and it looked like at one point they were maybe in danger of letting it come back. Pity started really heating up, but then so did Zero. So it was kind of countered in that part. Like, so we talked about the hype coming on. There's also, I don't know if we're going to see this clip because it wasn't on rated at this point, unfortunately. The customer didn't grab it, but Raiden makes a great defense in Broken. He was basically alone. And if he had died, he gets a 2-piece. If he had died, they probably would have given Infused another 20, 30 seconds in it because his team had spawned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You'll look at the scoreboard towards the end of the game as well, and he didn't actually put up that many numbers, but when you're making important kills like that, that's why we try not to necessarily focus too much on kills on the scoreboard, because if you do make the important kills, those are the big ones. Here he is inside that hard point towards the end, and I just want to point out, Trey picked up a lot of kills in that second rotation. We looked at Bridge, he only had around 12, and he picks up a few more on the way around to the next side.
The entire reason his team are actually currently, winning off this hill is the fact that R0ad held it while his team spawned out, and they gave him time to get back into the action.
Yeah, he goes on, I believe, like a 4 or 5 streak there towards the end, but I was really just a combination of, Moose not getting off to a great start and Nolson really hurting them at the beginning of that game. I believe Nolson was like double negative or almost triple negative at one point, and when you don't have those two players who have been playing great, doing that with Moose and Petey, and you have one player that's hurting you that much, you're going to see scores like that.
We certainly are. All right, well, let's move on to the final Search and Destroy. As we walked into this one, of course, playing through my mind and everybody's mind is Orbit are better at S&D, but it's map 5, anything could have happened. And for me, you'll be quite curious about, is it, you're better at S&D, but those map 5s always seem magical somehow, as if, either team can win with just the pressure that's actually going on.
Well, I think watching this left-hand side, though, there was a couple of occasions, though, where 1 or 2 of their rounds could have went a lot better. There was that one where, I can't remember specifically what round it was, Infused got the bomb down at A, and they had 4 guys stacked up towards Lemons in and around the fences. And Orbit had the pinch. There was 2 guys either side, and they just never really coordinated together. It was a weird round.
Yeah, and they backed off way behind Lemon. They went through grannies, and they were holding their own spawn. And when the pinch came in, they weren't able to actually push back forward and then lost the gunfights.
Yeah, and I loved this play when R0ad jumps on bomb, has the rest of his teammates push all the way through towards the bus and the stair side, and when they can't really check bomb, they have to fight all those gunfights. R0ad just gets a free defuse there and a round win. I feel like that is one that kind of really threw the momentum in Orbit's favor. You get one of those diffuses in, with everybody alive, everyone's joking around a little bit, some extra confidence there.
And it was one of those rounds where Infuse didn't even just have to back off. They chose to back off. You see, Orbit went actually in and around the bomb site, and they just give it complete control. And suddenly Orbit run through the middle of the map, make big kills.
Typical Infuse strategy, that to kind of plan and hide.
Yeah, that's kind of how a lot of the teams play it. They'll plant it. They'll either hide behind the stairs by the fence or behind the bus. But we just usually don't see a lot of teams just push straight through with a guy on the bomb. The difference is that when you push straight through and have the guy on the bomb, obviously, the defense, they know that there's somebody there. They have to kind of kill the guy diffusing, but they can't jump out and challenge or picking up free kills. I think even if they kill R0ad off a bomb, they probably pick up those kills, have enough time to send somebody back to you.
Yeah, because of the confusion going on, someone would have screamed, he's defusing at that point. And at that point, going in your mind, you're trying to make two decisions. Always like, is my teammate going to get in while you're trying to have a gunfight? Because now you're worried it's being defused.
Yeah, even if R0ad dies there, I believe they probably pick up the kills. They have another, 20 or so seconds to get back and defuse the bomb, so they probably win that round anyway.
All right, well, stick a fork in that game. It's done. But we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for our next loser bracket game. We are sending someone home. Will it be Splice or will it be 3G? Find out right after this.
Searching this right. You either go the opposite way, or you always have a balance. So you can go to the free for all. You can go free for all, but then again, yeah, you gotta be on point. Yes, but is that gonna make me? Most of this objective games, they'd rather go for the free-for-all approach to the majority of playing. But people go for the objective. Only one that you would have to go to the objective is the hard point. Is that the only one?
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen?
Yeah, it is.
Why Oxygen?
Just completely randomly found by my brother when I was looking for gamer tags.
Breath of fresh air.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviations, don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
no repetition.
No repetition. That's it. Sorry, he knows it better than I do.
See, I will say Momo just recorded his, and I asked what he had to talk about. He wouldn't tell me, just in case we had to do the same topic. So I don't know. What is plan? Okay.
Different topics.
Good.
First subject is garden gnomes.
Garden gnomes, typically something you will find in a garden centre. You know, that decoration which everyone really feeds for, and something which you can get a lot of variations for.
Garden gnome.
Oh, the Queen, a person I'm very passionate about. Actually, the last time I was in London, I watched a documentary on the Queen and all that she's done, seeing all the different presidents' lifetimes that she's lived through, all the different diplomats she's met, and the incredible things she's done as the Queen of England.
Rubber ducks.
Pass.
But my personal experience, I like the ones with the red hat, the long noses. You get those ugly kind of clown-looking ones. Stay away from them, usually the more expensive types as well.
Dentists.
The ex-husband of my mother was a dentist, so I actually know a lot about dentists, and I think they are very underrated because it takes a lot to be a dentist. There is a lot of knowledge, there is a lot of things that you can do wrong, but they're also quite overpriced because very often they're trying to make you do things that they shouldn't be doing.
Living obviously in Buckingham Palace, one of the most legendary buildings not only in the UK but all of Europe, an actual monument of the world. I would regard it as one of my 8 wonders of the world. Not 7 anymore, we've moved on to 8.
The gnome as well deviates from actual historic purpose in China. I don't know if you know this, and I could be lying. However, the gnome is actually a signal for the red dragon.
And when I was younger, I didn't take good enough care of my teeth and they were hurting, so I do keep a bad memory of not going to the dentist. So I would encourage anyone that it needs to take care of the teeth to actually go to the dentist very, very often.
Which was actually brought in. You're from Wales? Absolutely. It was actually turned into like a Welsh dragon, and the gnome was created because the dragon was too fierce. Apart from that, though, the gnome was...
There was a little hesitation there, Momo. Little?
Probably the longest standing monarch, I believe, of all time. I might just be making things up about that at this point, but that's what Americans do a lot of the times when it comes down to facts, especially about the UK.
I just stopped you there. You were deviating a little bit there.
But coming back to my my ex-husband, it's just because I'm looking for the words.
We're going to be that strict.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's reset. I'm fine.
I feel like that was fair.
No, that's
I mean,
okay.
I might get a bit of...
I forgot the deviating rule. No, we're good.
But that was a good start.
I feel I gave it a good go. I had fun doing it.
I'm impressed. Your first time was great.
I'd love for me to hold the cards and maybe give you, let you have a go and see.
I think
how.
I'm quite happy being the quizmaster here.
I'm the one who gets punished. I see how it is.
Every time.
But no, I enjoyed myself. It was good fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live from the Gfinity Arena. My name is Bryce and we have another great game coming up for you. But speaking of great game, I'm joined by two analysts who could probably do with a little more height. But I should probably introduce them as well. Let's start. It's first of all, Rel. Rel, how are you?
I'm great, but you've... I came on the desk and I said to Bryce, shall I do 1 button 2, shall I leave it open? He said, here, let me do it. And this is the end result.
I think it's going to catch on.
I really don't at all.
I think you created a new fashion.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine, Rel.
I'm going to undo this now. This is quite tight.
All right, well, I better introduce Jonas while Rel sorts himself out.
Well, having a good day so far for a great first game to start things off. And we're going to have maybe an upset here, as Team 3G has been very impressive. Splice kind of disappointing, so a lot of really good games coming up today.
Wow, okay. So you're thinking 3G might win this then?
I'm saying before the tournament, I would have said Splice was definitely going to take it on paper, but now I'm like 55-45 towards Splice.
Wow, not really with Splice. Rel, do you agree with him?
I think Splice are going to take it. I think
you're more confident.
Confident. Definitely. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to take anything away from 3G because they have been a bit of a surprise team here. I mean, we knew they were great. We knew they had some great players within it. Of course, Swedish champion, Quicker. Love dropping that one in. But they've performed so well on the run up to this.
They certainly have. Well, before we get too far and too deep into this game, let's take a little look at the bracket and how everything is playing out. As you can see, we started all those games yesterday. Where we currently are, though, is in the losers bracket. Splice versus Team 3G. After that, Aware versus Infused. Now, Splice dropped early to Team Orbit, which means they've had to go through the likes of Epsilon so far, and now 3G. They win that, they could be playing either Aware or Infused. We'll find out as that continues on. But it's going to be a long day for Splice as they keep going forward in this bracket. But Jonas, I've got to get back to this. You're doubting Splice quite considerably, considering they were the #1 ranked team coming in. They've only lost to Orbit, who is, you know, easily top 3, maybe top 2, depending on who you speak to. Why?
Because it's not just the fact that Splice isn't a good team. They're a fantastic team and they have the caliber of players that can win international tournaments, I do believe. But this tournament, they've not looked as fantastic as expected. On the other end, 3G coming into those tournaments, a lot of people have overlooked them, the same way that we have overlooked Aware. If you look at the current rankings, we have Epsilon and Fnatic top 8, and Aware and 3G, they are sure to be top 6. The other thing to me is 3G, despite just losing, they still have a lot of stake because they are playing for pool play MLG Atlanta, and as long as Aware is in the tournament, they are risking to not go, so they need to win this.
Well, speaking of 3G, let's have a little look at their team roster and see how this one breaks down. Niall, Quicker, Weeman, and Zerg are this team, and you are right, Jonas, saying, you know, this team has surprised a few people. It's a big game for them. They don't want Aware to outplace them in pro points. Rel, what's your take on this squad?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've said before, this particular invitational have been doing exceptionally well. A team rating of 1.06 means that they are above the average. And they were getting fired up in that booth the other day. You could hear Quicker screaming and even slipping a bit of trash talk out in his post-game interview. So they're pretty confident considering they are underdogs.
Well, I'm a little bit upset because if 3G go out here, we won't get to see 3G play Orbit again after, you know, Shay called out rated earlier on, so
yeah,
it is, but at the same time, you know, 3G, what I was most surprised with is their previous series earlier today, where they showed good resilience. They went down 2-0 in the series, they had a massive uplink game, again forcing yet another game in overtime at the last second, doing a crazy run in overtime, so amazing stuff from them, showing a lot of composure.
Well, speaking of their opponents, Bats, Josh, Jerd, and Madcat, #1 rated team coming into this event found themselves in the loser bracket straight away. Can they make this run?
I mean, it's just, it's interesting looking at them and seeing where they are at this stage. They have been underperforming. Everyone expected so much from them, especially after placing first in the previous two 2Ks and having very strong online performances and internationally as well.
Yep.
I can only see them beating 3G, but the informed team at the moment for me are 3G.
All right, okay. I think you know, you guys are maybe playing a little bit off the fact that Orbit took Splice down. And I don't know. For me, that's kind of like it's Orbit. You know, for me, they're looking like they could be one of the elite level teams in Europe. They did take down Splice. Splice don't even really know why they lost. They just thought they had a bad game, but we'll find out. Let's actually go though into a key player matchup. It's Madcat and Quicker Than You. Madcat actually having one of the best statistics this event. He has been playing superb for his squad. He's the best performing, I believe, on Splice. Against Quicker, again, good stats from him. He's in 10th, 11th in a few of these positions overall, but compare that to 3rd and 4th.
Madcat is always delivering. I mean, last year, a lot of people were considering him regarding one of the best players in Europe, again, showing this year, and to me, it may be another key player to watch is going to be Benz, because he's not been delivering to what we were expecting from him. He's been playing amazing all year long last year, and especially at COD Champs, someone that, you know, everyone was impressed with, and he needs to step up. I feel like I'm not going to say it's the reason that they are in the lower bracket, but if they want to win a tournament, he needs to step it up.
Okay, so yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I don't think Bance has performed as much, but I think it's because we expect so much of it.
Yeah.
You know, kind of the biggest breakout player of last year. Him and Zero mentioned in the same breath an awful lot. But yeah, I don't think he's living up to it. But maybe it's just a team difference. Maybe he doesn't have to excel as much now.
Well,
he
yeah,
changed his squad up. Yeah, he's got Madcat. Yeah, Madcat's stolen all of Bance's kills. Both, you know, aggressive slayers.
Well, one thing to note as well from the key player matchup is the fact that Madcat beat Quicker in every single category there. Statistically, he is the better player, and the same could be said for the remaining players in Splice.
All right, well, let's start getting into this now. Predictions. Jonas, you said 55-45 to Splice.
I'm going to stick to that 55-45. The closest I can get is 3-2.
3-2 to Splice.
To Splice.
Okay. Rel?
I think it's going to be 3-0, but it's going to be very narrow margins in terms of the victory, but I think a 3-0 win.
Okay, well,
for Splice.
Both for Splice.
Yeah.
And then we've got Breakout, Scorch, Frost, Throwback, and Retaliation. But the game is ready to go. So I'm throwing it over to our casters now. It's Mr. X and Momo.
Thank you very much, Brycey and the boys on the desk. We do have 3G and Splice coming up head-to-head here. Splice going in hot favourites. I don't know what's got into Jonas, maybe thinking 3G have a chance here, because I am firmly.
Jonas stayed out a little bit too late last night. I think that's why he comes in here. I mean, look, 3G to kind of, I guess, kind of back up his point a little bit. I mean, 3G has been good. They've surprised a lot of people, very resilient. But I do feel like Splice is a different animal than they played thus far. I feel like they're going to run into some trouble here.
I think as well, after their slip up to orbit, they've looked strong ever since, but prove us wrong, 3G. They're coming into here, no organization, just 4 guys put together, tallied up their pro points, and here we are. We're going to go into game number 1. Let's have a chat and see what Quicker had to say before the game.
So for me, Splice, earlier on in the tournament, didn't really have a challenge, and then they went up against Orbit, and they lost 3-0. I think that we stand a really good chance of beating them. I think they're a very talented team, 4 really good players, but I think we've still got a really good chance of beating them if we perform as we have been.
Okay, so Quicker sounding confident, starts off 1-on-1, as we do see Jerd and the boys take control.
Yeah, sounds like he thinks that just Splice has not played against anybody good. They beat up on a bunch of the lower tier teams that were here, and I know the one game that they had against top competition thus far, against Orbit, they lost that pretty bad. So I think Quicker kind of looks at that match, gives him and his team some confidence.
Okay, well, Vance has had a pretty good start to the game already, 3-0. He's coming back to pick up number 4 and still going on a tear. Scarab has been unlocked, but no major points have been collected, and pretty much what you expect on this this rooftop. He's still going though.
And I'm surprised a lot of the players are still running Scarab in respawn game modes. Everyone is pretty much running flashjack, so you're not going to be able to take anybody out with it. Takes you out of your player. I've never been a fan of score streaks or kill streaks that take you out of your character. In respawn game modes, I feel like too many things can go wrong right now.
Yeah, just taking you actually off the battlefield. You're replacing yourself, and your teammates may need you. Mad Cat, though, he will be locking down his second rotation. You do have one player spawned now. That's Jerd. Triple comes in for the boys of 3G, and they're going to break this. And actually, there's one player right at the back. It's this man. It's Josh. He needs to stay alive.
Yeah, he's trying to stay alive for as long as possible there to set up a pinch. So if Josh would have been able to stay alive there, he would have had teammates coming through the front. But it's going to be Zerg and Co. able to lock down this back area. So they do get control of the cell block hardpoint. They're racking up some score here. And see how far away Splice is spawning. It's going to be very difficult for them to get back. They have to hit that wall run, get a player all the way in this back area, try and knock down these spawns. And now look, by the time they even get there, there's going to be maybe 10 seconds left on this. You should just start rotating over to Grave. Fantastic break and hold by 3G.
Yeah, it really is. This cell block will be firmly in the hands of 3G. Looking at that rotation, though, Splice have full control. Jerd's heading over. In fact, he's pushing up a little bit, but one player is hitting the flank is Quicker. A player we've already highlighted for many reasons, and he'll be the one to be tagged up first. He's going to be taken down by Mad Cat. Zerd flanking from the other side as well. Trying to pinch, but it's not going to work off, and Splice can just push them back here.
Yeah, now Zerg just waiting for some teammate support here as he's going to try and fly out over the top, but you got to get this player out of cave. You can sit behind that bulldozer inside the hardpoint, just rack up score, and have players in the cave with assault rifles just kind of reign supreme down on these players running in. But Splice does not get another hold yet again. It's broken pretty quick here by the side of 3G with 30 seconds left on it. So a lot of time there for the taking. And whoever it was in cave for Splice, I believe it was Jerd, just didn't provide enough cover fire. Josh challenges in the hill. Could have just stayed behind the bulldozer. I don't think Splice played that well.
Yeah, 3G have broke that, and now they have the option to push forward. There is one player spawned out. It's going to be Vance, but he's going to be caught. Obviously entering the hard point. Location will be revealed, but the last 5 seconds actually will go to Splice, and that's not really a good thing. We see here the first person on oh, it's Nile actually straight in the Scarab.
But look, I mean, he's not going to be able to pick anybody up there, and I mean, he has some teammates coming, provides some help, and he's able to pick up 2, but that could have gotten pretty dangerous. I mean, if Zerg doesn't pick up Vance coming all the way around the back, that would have been a free kill onto 1, and then he would have been able to take out Nile here inside the Scarab. So that's what I was trying to talk about a little bit about earlier.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. Nile's kind of gone off there, but it was with, his weapon. It wasn't the Scarab that really affected much. Josh and Zerg are going to exchange on the hill. Zerg still in control, and actually 3G break the triple-digit mark. Splice do bounce back, and they will have control for the last 25 seconds until we hit rotation number 2.
And it's really odd to see Splice start off kind of slow here. I mean, you have Mad Cat, who's 6 and 10, Jerd 5 and 10, not great games from them thus far. Really, Bance has been the only one I can feel like has been pretty consistent for them throughout this entire tournament.
And that's showing right now here, obviously dropping 13. We can see if we jump on board a try with Jerd as he falls to the opposition. Mad Cat's going to hit the rotation. Obviously, the next one being on those rooftops. And I think Mad Cat playing this one quite smart. He's going to be caught off guard. Quicker, too smart. And the first player jumping on, it's going to be Weeman. Someone we haven't really highlighted. I mean, first impressions of Weeman this tournament for myself, absolutely fantastic player, but he's just lacking a bit in this game.
Yeah, not showing it right now, but I do feel like he is the one player I had questions coming in when I watched this 3G team, how he was going to stack up against top competition. He's been good enough for them to get victories. I think he's definitely made some big kills in some situations, but definitely going to need to see him step up in a prime spot to kind of secure his place on this team as they move forward.
Well, we're going to see here Splice trying to reach that 100-point mark. They look comfortable to do so. Let's go on board with Bant because he's the one really lighting up. He does have another Scarab in his back pocket, picks up number 16. And again, he's not just getting the kills here, he's getting that objective work in as well. Josh finding another as they do break in. We're going to see a very close game here tying up going into cell block.
And I feel like some of the struggles for someone like Mad Cat or even Jerd, I mean, Jerd plays at such a fast pace that if his team doesn't have control of the hill or whatnot and he's leading the charge, it's going to be very difficult him going up against some of the assault rifle players at range as he's flying high. And I feel like with Mad Cat, this game, you need to rotate early, you need to lock down those spawns. And you know as well as I know, looking back at the Black Ops 2 days, like that's a really big mental game. You got to kind of play patiently, you got to know who you're going against, what spots they like to go to. It's definitely more complex than it seems.
And it's one of those things, you know, you talk about the mental game there. When you've not got that good spawn, that anchor at the back, you only have 1 or 2 chances. You know, you've really got to go for it. If you mess up on that first one, you could be giving 30 points away to the enemy team. And you've seen Splice now, pretty much back-to-back kills, get every single point.
Yeah, now they've held down this cell block for the entirety of the hill. You do see it's going to be 3G rotating over towards Grave a little bit early here. And I'll be interested to see what Splice decides to do. They have 1 more player left inside the hard point. So does that player go all the way towards mid-map, secure down caves with the rest of his team? Or do they try and set a pinch? So you see where number 8 spawns. That's going to be Josh. Spawns up near that last hard point. You're going to let the new one pop up. And you see now the pinch comes in. And look at where Nile spawned up. Number 1 on your mini-map spawns out. This is where Splice, they need to realize this situation, go fast. They can't just wait here because Nile's going to come from the back, kill 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, we're going to have Mad Cat. Mad Cat needs to turn around because he's spotted Nile already. The trade comes in, and that's fantastic breaking material from 3G. And you know what? They're in a fantastic position as well because they know every single player is spawning back. Grenades coming in from Jerd, though, will preempt this, and the numerical advantage favors Splice just for a second. Jammer grenades going in as well. Trades left, right, and center. But again, 3G looking still very, very strong.
And this is one where Splice is going to give up a ton of time where they should have actually broken it. You need to realize when you have that pinch going and you get that first kill, you have to know you block spawns on either side of the hard point. The player is going to spawn out. These are experienced guys. They should know that already. They need to be a bit faster getting towards the hard point.
Splice have actually committed a lot to these last 10 seconds, Mr. X. I'm not sure what you make of this, but, you know, they're going to get the last 10, but they've given full rotation again to 3G. I know they're about 40 points behind, but this could be the comeback that 3G need right now.
3G has control of that helipad area. We saw Camo being used there to just kind of get some better positioning. Nile does not get a kill for it. It's going to be Jerd trying to push here towards the back, and all the kills go in favor of Splice here. And man, that could not have gotten worse for 3G. This is one of the harder hard points to break. You have to either go towards that center where it's obviously wide open, not a lot of cover to make it through, or hit that wall run yet again. So I feel like 3G, their best opportunity to go towards that mid-map. The wall run, I feel like, is just a death trap.
Yeah, it is absolutely one of those choke points where it's like, come on, guys, it takes 3 or 4 more seconds, but we've got to go around, we've got to play it smart. Splice taking every single second from this point, and you know what? It all came down for that Nile Camo versus Jerd Rewind. Jerd got the better of him, got the better spawns, and as the last 10 seconds come in, we're going to see a staggering lead coming in for Splice.
Yeah, and it looks like, Splice is going to take the rest of this time, work their way towards the center hardpoint. Bance does have reactive armor. You may see that pop tier. I would probably opt to hold it for cell block in case anything kind of crazy happens on this hardpoint, but going to use that lower wall run, come up behind one player, and this is where you think Splice can start to put a lot of pressure on the center hardpoint.
Yeah, good utilization of in-game mechanics there by Bance. Is going to find another, and still continue his streak. 5-kill streak for him, nearly hitting 30, of course. Nearly as well on a 2.0 KD ratio. It's not everything, but he's also on 2 minutes of hill time right now.
Well, I think it's really, Bance obviously continuing the strong play throughout the game. And then also Madcat definitely picked up his performance. Was struggling at the beginning, I believe, at 1.6 and 10. Brings things back to a respectable, 20 and 17 right now.
Okay, well, 3G started strong, but they finished weak. 20 seconds is left on this hill, but they only need one. Splice don't continue for a second there, but they are going to close out game number one in pretty comfortable fashion. They started a bit shaky, but Splice ironed out the creases, and they take game number one.
So the score is 250, 155. Obviously a huge win for Splice. I think that is actually even a more lopsided win than it actually looks, from the standpoint that they had that pinch we were talking about set up over by Grave. They just weren't fast enough. They go maybe a second faster, they break that, get another 40 seconds there. You kind of subtract this. This is really like a 250, 110 game, barely over the 100-point mark for 3G. So I feel like, 3G, obviously, they get a ton of points off of a little bit of a mistake by Splice. I think looking at the score, obviously, still a blow in Splice's favor, a little bit more lopsided than it seems, though.
Yeah, I do completely agree. Weeman struggled in that, maybe against these top caliber players. Hopefully he'll pick that one up in the search and destroy. But we do see from, every single player on Splice, putting in something, contributing something to the squad. I'd love to, of course, hear what we're having in the booth, but I'm sure we can get that later on. Splice versus 3G, though. Jonas obviously kind of put forward, the argument for 3G, and I just want to kind of talk about their run going through this whole tournament in very general aspects. But they've really no organization. They've shocked everyone straight away, and now they have a chance, kind of the big dogs. Take this, they take almost Splice's run, but I just don't see it happening.
But I mean, coming into this, you looked at all the teams, here and whatnot, and you probably thought that Aware and 3G make it to this position. You probably think they go out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe top 8.
Yeah, so you probably just, you switch like one of the placings with Fnatic with one of these teams, and it's like kind of where you thought everybody would be at this moment in time.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, as well as Epsilon. You see Fnatic and Epsilon dip out at top 8. It does give a chance for these teams like 3G and Aware.
You swap those two teams. So if you swap Fnatic and Epsilon with 3G and Aware, it's pretty much what we kind of thought would be our top 8 at the end of this thing.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, I definitely didn't expect Splice to be in the loser bracket, but I'm sure they can run. But, I kind of had the top tier Splice Orbit, then I had Infused Elevate, just below them, and then I had Fnatic Epsilon, and these two teams have trumped them, 3G and Aware, and I'm sure Fnatic and Epsilon will be wanting to bounce back, of course, many tournaments to come, but I'm hoping, and my eyes are on Weeman going into this one. He's a great S&D player. He'll be rocking the reactive armor, I'm guessing, as per usual. I'm looking at him to drop some big kills.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a particularly tough matchup for 3G in the sense that Splice, obviously, some veterans, guys who are used to playing deep into tournaments, deep into Championship Sunday. If you're 3G, you kind of just wake up this morning, it just feels like another day. Like you're just going to play.
Yeah.
It is not. It's a completely different beast, and you come in here and you kind of coast through it, and the group play's been so long, and then in the brackets, it's like, you almost feel like probably in the back of your head, like you have another chance, but you don't. Like it doesn't feel like a loser bracket matchup.
Yeah,
probably.
I know exactly what you mean. I was trying to think back, actually, like personally, have I ever done like a 4-day Call of Duty event? Because I was thinking, this is, it is endurance, so much kind of, I mean, so
it's not really as much physical, it's like mental.
Yeah, it's draining, but imagine being in those booths. I mean, you've been behind some of the top players in the world, and for yourself, even as a coach, like, you've got to put so much passion into that. These guys, are they going to run out of juice, is the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to keep it going, especially in an atmosphere where they're not used to, I feel like, a 4-day event. It's one of the only ones I can really remember. Coming in, obviously on this 4th day, you got to imagine these guys, have been through so many tough matches, crazy, in-game scenarios. The game's moving so fast, right? Using so much just brain power, trying to figure out, make these small decisions that impact the game so much. It's really impressive, from all these guys.
Well, we're going into map number 2. It's going to be Scorch, Search and Destroy. Splice versus Team 3G. I got excited for a second as R0ad had the sniper, but he's pulled it away. Or put it away, should I say, and the MV4 is out. Strong push towards B. A very standard one, but he's going to be taken down by a sniper, maybe regretting his decision. as Zerg strikes first blood.
Yeah, we saw Jerd do some nice things with the sniper rifle the other day on a throwback search and destroy. I'm not going to bring it out here, but Zerg's going to be able to take him out right off the bat. So it's going to give two-player advantage as Zerg pulls out his pistol, able to take Josh out.
Well, how he knew he was there, I don't know whether a call out or a sound was made, but a 2v3 maybe cut down, no? A smart play from the player of 3G backing off and playing that numerical advantage. You can see on the minimap they're backing off, but they're going to be caught with the pants down. That's Weeman giving it straight to Mad Cat and a 2v2. Bance is going to go high. Let's see what he's doing. He does have the bomb, and he doesn't want to die in an unfavorable position. And you know what? They're going to do it. A 2v3 clutch. I don't like the way they turn the backs on them.
Yeah, and when you're the underdog and you get the man advantage and around the search and destroy, you need to secure those. Mad Cat with some nice shots, though. He's able to take out two players. You know, one obviously right in front of control, the other over by observation, and then Vance just comes through the window. I feel like he catches that last player off guard, but a very good situation there, played by the side of Splice, winning that 2v3 scenario around that 3G will most certainly want back.
Okay, well, Zerk is going to put the sniper away, and have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing an A push. There's only Bance for Splice defending this. This could get very, very messy quite quickly. Bance is going to be seen, and he's going to call that out. They'll be running back, and the boys of 3G will be wanting to push and pin them down. Grenades will be going out, and first blood has not been struck just yet.
Now, I was just going to say, actually, before this round, most of the action happens over by the B-bomb site. Not a lot of A pushes. 3G catches Splice off guard. Vance, the only one over towards the site. They just overwhelm him. The rest of the guys have to fly in through the narrow chokes. They fall. So a good push there by 3G catching Splice off guard.
I like that as well from 3G. They didn't go for the standard, we'll just try to be the better team at B. They thought, you know what, they won't expect A, let's just full force, push it down. And Bance really was caught off guard. You saw him almost panic, run away, and the call-outs would have come in, but it was too late.
And I feel like we've seen those type of things work over the last few years in Call of Duty. You can think back to, some maps that had a really dominant bomb site. If a team just goes to the opposite side of the map that first round, they almost certainly win it.
Yeah,
I feel like we just don't see it quite often. You see it from some of the, the unfavored teams in matchups. They're able to pull out some rounds. I'm surprised we don't see it more often, though. Jerd in a fantastic spot here, ready to kill players that rotate in.
Well, he's waiting for him to crawl through. Quicker's going to actually strike first. And you know what? Trades may come in. Oh, he's not finished him off. That's a bit of a mess. And now we'll clean up. 2 versus 3. Josh left in an unfavorable position now. But the bomb is down. It's the only thing going for him. Shaky shots, and you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. He's on the defuse. He is. Can Josh get in there, make the kill? He might find one, but surely the defuse will come in. And 2 rounds on the bounce here for Team 3G.
Yeah, if he has a K-bar or an NV4 in that first gunfight, he probably wins it. No, that is one downfall for taking the submachine gun in this type of situation. This medium to long range gunfight. Just not going to win with the R0ad. Just can't take that first player out fast enough to make a play on the bomb.
I think as well, I think it was Jerd, jumping around in the corners. It was a bit of a sloppy mistake there that he'll be regretting.
Yeah, I don't know if that needs to be explained. Jerd's shots were not accurate at all. Just jumping around like a maniac.
Well, now we'll be taking the bomb. This time, did Zerg have a sniper? Yes, he is. Let's see what he can pull off, as he will be challenged straight away. It's going to be Jerd. And you know what? I think it's sniper versus sniper. Maybe he did get tagged here. Quicker's found one. And Quicker, what is Nile doing? Straight in the face, but he does have the bomb.
Yeah, it's kind of risky when your bomb carrier is the one leading the charge. Nile wanted to play in this type of position. Probably should have let somebody else grab it, but they're going to try and work this towards the B-bomb site. Now, fantastic play there by Mad Cat. So he gets tagged up. Instead of challenging, sits behind the box, has 2 teammates there ready to trade that out. Very patient play there from Mad Cat.
And the one thing, I think it was Zerg, the last player, or the player to go down, he only saw one. He thought that was the same person. So the hiding of one and the appearing of the other, it really was a very tactical play coming in from Splice, and they tied the game up 2-2. If you just joined us, of course, Splice take map number 1. Seems a little bit closer, though, on the search and destroy as we flick the sides. Let's have a look at Josh.
Yeah, which this is the game mode that I have just not been impressed with Splice at all throughout this tournament. Their search and destroy has been really lackluster. I feel like just kind of conforming to a lot of strategies that other teams do, not really trying anything that fits their play style. I feel like, though, they definitely will get better as the year goes on in S&D. And you see Josh spots one. Gonna be able to take him out. Nice long-range shots there with the R0ad.
Yeah, nice shots there, but there is going to be one on the flank, and straight away, they need to be prepared, and they are prepared. Spotted. He's going to eliminate that. That's going to be Niall coming in as the assist is offered by Quicker. Quicker should find another. Oh, traded in the back, and that's going to be Niall. I can't even jump on board with him. As a clean round there for Splice. I think they only lost one in the action. And again, they favor A.
It seems like both teams in SND, it's pretty much the offense will either, it just seems like both teams just pushing players to each site.
Flip a coin.
It's like we either see them and we just fight, or they have to rotate all the way around to the other side of the map. It doesn't really seem like you have kind of players going on flanks in this one. It seems like it's just going to be pretty much both teams just challenging each other head on.
Zerg's put the sniper away, which is an interesting choice, and we'll see the pretty standard B push here from both teams. This could end very, very quickly here. Now picks up one. Jerd's going to be the first to fall. And with the K-bar, Zerg a bit hesitant here on the wall run. Now they pushes a 4. This is good communication between them. Should find another. Niall comes in, a good assist as well. At a 2 versus 3. Can they finish this off? They should do.
Yeah, well, this would be the second 2v3 they could potentially lose, but now it's going to be a 1v2. Bant's the only one alive for Splice, and I do feel like if Splice is going to challenge that strong, like they did at the beginning, for a second there, I thought he was going to pop reactive, maybe he'll take out the second player. But I think if Splice challenges as fast and hard as they did at the beginning, they drop one player, you can't back up and give them the site. You got to just commit to fights.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think sometimes as well, one player just sitting back and making it, instead of a 4v4 or 3v4, it only ends one way. You know, they had to push as a team, and I think 3G actually did that very, very well there. You saw Zerg kind of collect his thoughts and wait for a second, but I see Bance here again. He's rocking the Scarab, obviously maybe a bit more effective on Search and Destroy, more for intel purposes, but it still has that reactive armor.
Yeah, you kind of use the Scarab to scout around, see where players are and whatnot. So we'll see what Bance sees through the eyes of the Scarab. Let's bring it all the way up the stairs. It's not strong enough to make that jump. So, see, gonna bring it over here towards the B site, scout this out. So he sees one player, really gains nothing out of that. I mean, players play in that position all the time.
Yeah, Mad Cat's gonna be watching the bridge. He's gonna find one, doesn't find the second. That should have ended the round if he picked it up. But a life-saving kill was Quicker. Josh has fallen now, and things looking a little bit prettier for 3G.
Splice has just put themselves in really awful positions during this. I mean, in the last round, they back all the way up, kind of leave their teammates out to dry, create a 3v4 scenario for themselves, pretty poor. And then in this one, you just see they get really aggressive here over towards B. They lose a bunch of players, and it seems like they kind of have no idea what they're really trying to do. Like, no goal at the beginning of a round. Like, whether, okay, we're going to push straight through and do this, or, hey, we're going to go to the bomb and do this, get it down. It seems like it's just kind of figuring it out, like, hey, let's go over towards B and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's hope for the best almost. Oh, one player there jumping up and down. Bance has seen him, but not connecting with the bullets, and all that does is kill time. 10 seconds left on the clock, and he needs to get the bomb down. Judging by where the players are, he should be able to, but he should be tagged instantly. No, gets away with his life, finds one. Can he find a second? Why did he stop shooting?
He stopped shooting, and he has reactive armor there.
That was again, very messy from Splice.
Yeah, just a mess there. When you see him, I know he's firing the shots. If he doesn't stop, maybe he kills that player. If he uses reactive, he's probably going to stay alive long enough to maybe, get down into that lower part of the bomb site room and just get out of dodge. Maybe would have been able to just turn and get a little bit more elevation above Zerg there and take him out. So,
judging by the way he turned around, it's like he almost thought that was either his teammate or he made the kill, and there was only one of them there.
And it's kind of crazy that 3G gets the advantage in a lot of these rounds, and they're coming down to like one gunfight still. But yeah, Splice is able to bring it back.
Well, Niall does have both a score streak of a Scarab and a Camo. He's on the attack, but he's playing slow. Josh basically just gifts a free kill there. Not what Splice would need right now. They're 4-3 down, 60 seconds on the clock. And who's this? Bance is pushing forward again, and is he doing it on his own?
Yeah, I mean, Josh goes down the middle of the map alone. Bance comes up with one there, but I mean, look, Quicker just 2 pieces. Mad Cat and Bance, their body stacked in the middle of the map. Jerd just trying to run in through control on the other side. Splice just not playing as a team in this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and that started from the get-go. I don't particularly think it was Bance pushing through second, because I think Mad Cat was backing him up shortly. But the initial push, which I think was from Josh or Jerd? Josh, was a bit of a kind of a loose cannon push. A PT push is what I call that.
Yeah, no, Quicker has been very effective for 3G in this Search and Destroy, 10-6. And, they've done some really nice things, being patient there on the offensive end, knowing that Splice is being very aggressive.
Well, they have payloads. They can push forward. They're pushing as a 4, as a group. And this time, they do pick up the first blood. That's going to be Josh.
You need like a Cheesecake Factory, a P.F. Chang's, and a Red Lobster. tweet this as like the greatest American home ever. It's like overwhelming for me. The good thing is my husband didn't give me a budget or anything. So.
You know, with this that kind of scaffolding, it's good and light and can hold the place up. But the thing is, it'll get thrown down real quick.
Like, it really is.
Or at least shit rock.
Really, it's a home. Nice. There's a start button over on the left. Put your foot on the brake.
You know why they put a start button in those kind of cars? So the repossession guy, it'd be easier to repossess.
Could you ask the bodyguard how to start the car? My foot's on the brake, the key's in, and I just press. Oh, you just needed to be here. Yeah. Being in that empty new house, then coming back to the old fun house, I really honestly feel like I'm in some sort of weird American dream theme park. But the hits don't stop. I cannot believe a place like this exists, and I don't know how the universe feels about it. The only thing I do know is that this could only happen in Orlando. Can you walk me through what an average training day?
What's up with everybody? Man, Mr. Glitchy.
Okay, so where are the ducks? Are we going to the ducks now?
See, y'all seen that NES, that 8-bit duck hunt? We about to go duck hunting. All right, watch out, Mom. Oh, I got you. Oh, this duck just disrespected me. This one is cut. Oh, shit.
Easy with the net.
Oh. Not this one right, this one. Oh, I got you. Oh, wow. Poor guy. Wow. That was intense. Long's World. Watch it.
I think I'm gonna avoid watching all this. When you finish, I see the...
No, see, Mom, you can't eat it if you don't watch it. You gotta come to terms with what you've done to these animals. It's all right. We let them die clean. Yeah, straight cut.
If you kill any bird or animal, providing it's food, and it's your praise, it's not for them.
Yeah, no.
It's not conservation. Yeah. You can't let it throw it away, destroy it. Then you get cursed for that.
Yeah. As long as you respect it and you don't waste it, that's all you can do.
There you go.
When you came to Orlando, before all this, why did you move down here?
Little happening, basic attendance.
Yeah.
Have the whole time with you. You're a card, you have a quality life.
Glitch or Rama? Glitching out. Taking me to I'm gonna leave.
And I felt like an alien.
But now you know who you are.
I know who I am now.
Now you know where you stand.
Yeah.
Good, that is right.
No chemicals, no hormones, no antibiotics, all natural. But again, it's really important for you guys to see animals being slaughtered, because when you eat a chicken sandwich, you eat wings, whatever, you don't think about it, but this has to happen every time you take a bite. Thank you so much, Rudy.
You're welcome.
Body bag.
Data plans aren't one size fits all. And since most people use less than 5 gigs, the last thing you want is to end up paying for data you don't use. Now Verizon introduces the one plan that's right for you. Switch, and for just $55, get 5 gigs on America's best network. That's the right amount of data at a great price. Plus, there are best Moto droids for $15 a month or less. Finally,
pass it to Madcat this time. Judge fancy himself as the bodyguard right now. Yeah, objective player Madcat. Yeah, I can't believe it. Yeah. So Madcat with an overdrive in this one. Not going to use it there. Does not have that payload ability just yet. Starting things out though, 7 and 5. Jerd and Co. really putting the hurt on 3. Oh, a nice interception there by Zerg. That was definitely a shot that was going to connect from Vance. But even though they get the drone off the map, it's going to be 3 dead for 3G. The drone still in the hands of Splice. They're passing it up the map. This could be a 2-point play. See Mancat go high off the wall run. He secures it. 5-0 Splice here at the beginning. It's really, 3G has been getting outslayed. They have not gotten control of the map, not gotten control of their base. It's nothing good here at the beginning.
Yeah, and you know what? It is pure teamwork here. Just as, one put it in, one rotated around. It's timing, it's teamwork, and so far it is all team Splice. Quicker though, maybe with the opportunity to put one on the board. Gets rigged, maybe thinks my kill needs the help. Not going to happen, and again, it's 4 down for the boys of 3G. And it's just a matter of time. Who's going to pick this drone up and which way they're going to go?
Yeah, they're going to bring it cliffside, which is pretty rare. We usually see teams put a lot of emphasis towards the lower portion of your mini-map. Going over towards cliffside, there's just a lot of open area. Very difficult to get around this corner. Of course, a 2-point play, but Vance resets his armor. He's going to make it into the building. Has some teammate support there. Beautiful pitch by Josh. It's going to be another 2-point play for Splice. They are 7-0 here with a lot of time on the first half.
Well, 3 plays, 3G, 5 and 11 at 1 point there. It's really telling the storyline of this opening point. Let's go though. Splice has been hard to watch someone from 3G.
These people good. It's just... whole group is huddled together. No, actually, they're all huddled together. Hey, guys. Glitch all
Team up once again. Madcat's going to be the one pushing forward again, but the objective streams to see, and I don't know why he's trying to melee his teammate there. So I'll pass it off to Josh. Camo is the sensible player, utilizing those payloads. It's 12. Why you will not see active out of the rotation in a game mode like Uplink, and I know Hardpoint and Search and Destroy as well. Just the individual play you can make with active camo. Pops it there, gets the drone in hand, goes right in for a 2-point play. Splice extends their lead up 12-0 here. This one, 3G has not gotten much going. Quicker, obviously playing well, 24-23. It looks like a 1-point throw going to go off there, not going to connect for Splice. It's going to bounce right back. But really, 3G, they have not had any opportunities to really even get the drone and score. No, but this half in particular, they've been in their own base. They've been defending. They've just been trying to get out, get free. And it's just not gone too well for them. This has been a very, very one-sided match. And this,
one-sided match.
Good teams, but at this stage in the tournament, I expect to see close.
See, play this game. The stupid, trying to get the ball in the stupid thing. See there, everyone's touched into one corner. See, I don't know who it was. They just hit one corner and they just hit it all the time. Pat. But see, that's the thing. They just all huddled. Because that wall, most of the time I played. This one right here is the first time I actually played it.
It just felt the game was twice as fast as it normally was.
You gotta worry about
spawning out. I'm sure you've been there before when you go up against one of those elite teams, and the game just feels so much faster than it actually is. And I feel like that's why you're seeing a poor performance from 3G on this map.
Defocus
Talking about a performance,
and have some.
Right now,
You only have
like
1 or 2 people.
Really like, I think all the points as well, the way they've been scored and distributed. Vance 2, Jurt 4, Madcap 3, probably going to be a 4th. There you go. And Josh as well. It's just been an all-round class game play from Splice. And again, positive.
Uplink, you go the opposite direction of where you think everyone's going to be. If you want to make those points.
Everybody showed up in the slaying department. The objective was
remember, there's a communistic robotic system into where you go, and that's where you're, that's where the campers like kind of people.
Game number 3 from stuff like in favor of Splice.
Those campers like those kind of people, because they just kill me out and they shoot them.
Championship Sunday, and Splice are bringing the heat. We spoke to Jurt obviously yesterday. He says, this means we've got to win 2 best-of-5s in the final. This is just
otherwise, you use everyone as a distraction to defocus from where the objective is. Right? Just uplink. You get one guy. Go check the little, or no, the hard point. You guys guys.
It'll be very, very difficult for the game to come back. We really struggled now from 15-31.
Okay.
Positive 30.
Let's do it,
ratio. We've had 3 games already. We've got a hard point coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back after this very quick.
Let's do this, guys. Enemy of a bitch.
Fire the baseball.
that how you play? Is it, or I don't know. I should be hitting people. That's what it should be.
And at the moment, yes, it does look like 3G will have rotations. That's the win, actually. Yeah, now we'll see if they're able to lock this one down. We see them get set up for the last hard point early. Not able to take a lot of time, so 2 kills here. You will see. Racked up some time, getting close to the 100 points. Picking up some kills on the back of fight. See if they try and pitch here, or how is Splice decide to play? Well, Splice seems to be going for the slow side of things. It's worked so far for them. The gap has been closed to under 100 here on back pass. 23 seconds left to go on this half point. A lot still to fight for. The one thing I will say at this point is 3G cannot be giving up scrap time. You don't want them to be getting over that 200 point mark. It's a real mental mark, a milestone within the game. However, they're going to break 100. Yeah, and I think for the side of 3G, it's obviously going to be very difficult. You need to take the entirety of the hill, and you need to rotate and win the gunfights effectively. So, Splice, they could rotate earlier, give up a ton of time, pretty much play like a 4v2 near the hard point. But you see Zerg, he's going to drop that Centurion as the next hard point comes up. He has 2 teammates over there, so Splice not going to be able to get rid of it right away. Okay, well, score streaks are coming in, and that's actually coming from Quicker, as he's calling it in those, taken down, and R0ad's back. Again, this is actually a lot better from 3G. They're going toe-to-toe with them right now. They're closing the gap. Others have been used, and Quicker's the only one left with it, but Quicker was having a really, really slow game, and he seems to be picking it up. Yeah, I think right now, obviously 3G making a pretty nice comeback, making this a respectable game. I just wonder if they fall behind too far early in this. Quicker and Zerg starting to come alive. They pick up a few kills each. Quicker now on a 4 streak as he pushes forward, makes it 5, working on force break as well. 4 seconds on this hard point. 3G finds themselves right back in this. Yeah, this is a great performance. Your back pass in baseball field has been fantastic for 3G. Credit where credit's due. They're getting themselves back into it. Dominated. The trade drop. Will it be the same? Let's find out. Yeah, and he's going to showing a lot of resilience in this one, coming back, making this hardpoint one an actual close game. You see the rotation coming in. It's going to be 3G at the top of your minimap, going and trying to set up for bar here. And I think this is the right decision. You pick up the last 15 or so seconds, try and get a 30 or 40 seconds. This is a big decision because they're trying to show the gap between themselves. They get bored. Yeah, and I was about to say, this is the game-changing moment. Weeman has a lot to do. He finds 2, and he may just have saved his team a little bit of time because they're pushing from the middle. He does fall, and you see number 3, Madcat spawn right at the back. What a killer there. Kills where it matters. Fantastic by Splice, and they take control of on. Yeah, and I think if Splice goes on to win this, what really decided that was R0ad picking up a big 2-piece in the backline defense, giving his team the advantage as the hill started to rotate over. And you see all the kills in favor of Splice now. The players from 3G spawning so far away, not enough time to wait and get one good push. They have to kind of stagger, make plays happen as they fly individually towards the hill. It's just not working out right now. And look at that, kill feed, all orange. Zerg does answer back, but it's not going to be enough, surely. With 19 seconds left, look at the spawns. R0ad's going to be able to get a nice cut here. Camo shoes, can he sneak through? He needs to. He will do, but will it be enough? He finds one on the hill, can't find the second. Score streak's coming in for Vance, and with 4 seconds left, it's looking all but over. Just a couple more kills, it will close it out. There's only 4 seconds left to go. Splice, take it. 3-1 here, they dropped. Of course, that search and destroy, bit of a slip map, but again, scoreboard, score lines, again, pretty dominant in the end, 90 points. Fans with just an absolutely nutty performance, 37 and 21, 2 minutes and 35 seconds in the hard point, 8 defense. Silly game from fans there to close it out for Splice. Okay, well, that is done for myself and Mr. X. Let's see what the casters on the analyst desk have to say about that one. Thank you very much. That's kind of how it works, Momo. Alright, well, looks like it's going to one down 3-1. But maybe not as comfortable as they would have liked. No, I mean, well I predicted a 3-0 sweep. I thought it'd be fairly close between the games, and it was quite the opposite. Both the hard points, we saw Splice convincingly. I mean, the start of that hard point was ridiculous. Splice absolutely hammered the 3G. But the uplink game was 14-0. It was unbelievable. Nothing really home. Well, yeah, well, that's it. So everything I said was basically wrong.
And to me, I'll have to disagree with you. I think he was convincing. I mean, we're in the final six place. We weren't the lower bracket. We come into Sweden, except the S&D. We weren't close at all. So maybe with the starting to come back in the offense, in the end, it's still a 90-point difference. And to me, it was all Ben. He showed up. I talked about it before the game. I said, if Ben shows up, we're going to have a very convincing place. And there we go. We have it.
Yeah, that was definitely Ban's best performance this entire tournament. And they kind of need that. They need that to come back into it, and he really did outperform himself. That's kind of the Bans we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
We really are kind of especially, looking forward to seeing him go forward. And speaking of Bans, we're going to go down to him right now on the floor with Lottie.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Awesome game for you guys. You were very, very strong in the respawns. And in fact, Momo said it was like taking candy from a baby.
It's like taking candy from a baby.
I struggled a bit on S&D, but I performed in the respawns. But to be fair, it's mainly because my teammates, when I had the cuts, got the spawns, I just ran around and slayed.
Do you think in the S&D, like you mentioned, was it difficult for you guys because it's not your strongest mode?
No, we're improving massively. At the start, we couldn't even win an S&D, but now we're doing good. But I think it was one round that cost us. I stopped shooting someone that could have won us a line and got me 4 streaks, and then since then we just struggled to win things.
And in your respawn, so Reman and Quicker didn't have their best performances. Do you reckon that helped you guys out?
Nah, we're just a better team overall, really. No, not taking credit. They are a good team, but just not better than us.
Next up, we've got Infuse versus Aware. Who do you think is going to take the win for that one?
Infuse, 3-0.
Awesome, thank you so much, fans. Back over to you, Bryce.
See these guys versus the Americans.
Very definitive with 3-0. But alright, let's kind of walk through this entire thing. Then let's start with the first hard point. Splice got off to a good
Takes
start.
the same days to get back.
Again, I think when it comes down to those respawns, you would be expecting with the caliber of players that you have in a team like Splice that they were going to be able to take it. Maybe they weren't as convincing again because Benz wasn't taking his best, but he really showed up on map number 1, getting time and time again. I think at some point he got like 2-3 piece on the 2 very big hills. He didn't start that bad actually for 3G. They had a convincing start, and we keep seeing the same scenario where the first off point, you're going to have the least favorite team get a good start. I think it was up 90 to 60 at some point, and they ended up like 250 to 150. So it was virtually 200 to 60 at some point for Splice, but very convincing start from them. Really the fate that we expected of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Splice were just so strong in the slaying department. We've highlighted Bance. He got a bit of criticism for not really playing at his best previously in this tournament, but really had a stunning game there.
Yeah, and I mean, the players from 3G, we've seen some of the players going up. There was actually a massive kill from R0ad, I believe on second rotation towards that last hill. And he actually used this rewind against the camo that gave them the spawns. And it was, again, those little moments that maybe gave them the edge. 3G played okay, but going up against Splice, those little details, they make the difference.
They certainly do. Again, like I've got to say, when your players starting to really start clicking, they look like a completely different team than the team who lost against Orbit earlier on in this tournament. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing that rematch, potentially, if it goes that far. A lot of games to go before that then. Alright, let's move on then to map number 2. Of course, Search and Destroy. And this map ended up going to 3G. It did, and 3G really proved the worth on this one. As I said, I was predicting a 3-0 sweep, and I thought that Splice would have this quite comfortably against Search and Destroy. You can just see here the first round now, where Bant started making moves to clutch things up. And, but yeah, 6-4 the final scoreline, still pretty close.
Yeah, I think Scorch is a map where we'll keep seeing upsets, because it's a map that is being played quite differently than the others, just purely because this B-bomb side is slightly chaotic. And I don't think like the elite teams have it all figured out yet. So I'm not really surprised that 3G was able to walk away with this one. Had it been a Nos map like Throwback, there's more traditional, then I think Splice would have had the upper edge.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I was discussing elite level teams actually down in the stands earlier on. And for me, one of the main criteria of being a league level team is being well-rounded and having no obvious weaknesses. And you know what? It's becoming really difficult for me to kind of figure out who exactly is going to be elite coming out of this tournament, as some of these top teams do look like they aren't exactly there yet. No, and that's very true, Bryce. And the fact that we're seeing Splice drop into the loser bracket now, and also be dropping maps where they really should be winning if their online performances or anything to go by, is, you know, testament to what you just said.
Absolutely. And coming back again, with some inconsistencies in the way that it's been played. 3G walking away with map number 2, fairly convincing fashion. So Splice got to make sure that they don't lose those SNDs. We say SND wins championship. Scorch is anything to go by there. If they go on Scorch map number 5, I won't be confident.
Well, fortunately they didn't, and SND didn't win championships. Splice. The next game coming out with Uplink, and this couldn't have been more one-sided. I mean, the casters even said it was hard to cast over it because it was just complete domination. There was just nothing given or offered from 3G at all. Splice completely outslaved them. The points reflected that. They had absolutely no control of the map 3G, and Splice just made it look very easy.
And on this one, I'm very happy to see the way that Splice has been playing, because this is where I expect Splice to be the best team, maybe even in the world. I look at Matt Cat, arguably the best uplink player as a Slayer last year. I look at Judd, one of the smartest player in the game, just time and time again last year, getting those one-pointers. Bryce, you love those one-pointers throw, and Judd is someone that has been pleasing you last year, and I'm expecting him to do the same thing again this year. And coming with Josh and Benz, it's just, on paper, such a good uplink team, and they've just been delivering toward that goal in this game.
Listen, I mean, this was just, it seemed like this team just went, yeah, okay, we are better than 3G. And this was the map where it really showed. It was like, oh my goodness, is this even the same caliber of teams? This could have been a group game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other maps, as we said, were a little bit closer, as we'll go through the fourth in a minute, but it was just an absolute stomping. You can see, I mean, just the kills, it was just Splice completely outslaying 3G. There was nothing they could do.
Splice made 3G look French.
I see you turn back on your French.
Yeah, I am. I don't have a choice.
You watched, what was it, Hadouken play yesterday? You were basically, crying.
They won the game yesterday.
I know, and you were so happy. You basically danced off the casting desk.
I know.
But, as soon as they're gone, as soon as you're out of the tournament, that's it. You start just taking on the French again. But this is an interesting map. This is map 4. Look how far ahead the team of Splice do. Now, I was actually sitting in a stance for this game, and I jokingly went, here comes the Sweeney comeback. Pretty much at the time they came back.
Almost jinxed it, yeah. It could have happened, and quicker indeed when he showed up in Apple. It's not the first time. The previous game was pretty much the same thing. As soon as Quicker starts getting those really good games and he starts being on the streak, then it seems like he drives 3G forward, but when he isn't, really, they are struggling, and obviously this team is going to stick together. They've got a great season ahead of them. This is something that they're going to need to work on their consistency.
Yeah, it really was a nightmare start for 3G on this. I mean, you can see the score difference already. But they did just show some resilience and fight their way back into it. But it just wasn't enough. They'd let themselves slip early on.
And if you look at both our points, if we could collect a stat like that would be amazing. But I'm actually pretty sure they scored about 300 points overall, 3G. And those 300 points must have been on 7 or 8 kills, or at least 95%.
Yeah.
They literally played for 2 minutes on the first map, 2 minutes on the other map, and for the rest of it, they were nowhere to be found. So again, consistency, composure, they need to be able to get at least 20 points a hill when they're not in the rotation.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, obviously, 3G, they came maybe further than a lot of people would have given them credit for.
Absolutely.
They came out of the group. Admittedly, it's a good draw they got against Aware, but you know what? They still took down a little bit earlier on, and I think, for me, 3G, they'll live up to.
And again, Supremacy not being here. Virtually, so far, 3G's qualified for full play MLG Atlanta. Now their destiny is not in their hands. They're still going to have to wait to see where it's going to finish. The odds are pretty good that they will go to MLG Atlanta, which, honestly, at the start of the season, hey, I think they'll take it.
They certainly could. All right, well, that kind of wraps this all up. We're going to have a game coming up after the break. It will be Infused versus Aware. But before that, we had the cards that tried to pull through Lottie at length and failing. Here's part 2.
and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage. Phil, Momo, as you probably know him. Jonas. Jonas, what is your game tag?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviations, don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
No repetition.
no repetition, that's it. I do. Alright, so the next subject is rubber ducks.
Pass.
Dentists.
Oh, dentists are something I think about on a daily basis. I mean, these are the people that take care of your teeth. Every single time I get a little bit nervous because you never know what to expect. What can you say about rubber ducks?
Hesitation,
Now,
no will.
is this going to be a full-on cleaning? Will I have a cavity? Do I need to do x-ray?
I think personally for me this is worse, but okay. Because
I think there's
I'm
been...
too young, 21, by the way, not 31, 01 something. I've never been on this before.
Okay.
Ready? MySpace.
MySpace, a website which we've created a lot for the youth and something for social experiments and experience to be created and something which you could really kind of share your story with.
Okay, right, I tell you what, we'll do something typically English then. In French.
In French. Okay, fair enough.
Are you ready? Okay, the subject is the Queen.
La reine d'Angleterre, je ne sais pas grand chose à ce sujet puisque c'est pas franchement quelqu'un dont on entend beaucoup parler. Les seules fois où j'en entends parler, c'est dans la presse people. Je sais que c'est quelqu'un qui est très très respecté dans leur pays et malheureusement nous on n'a pas vraiment ça en France puisqu'on n'est pas dans une royauté.
The best thing about MySpace is I never used it as again. I am too young, much like yourself. But it has developed. It's grown, it's moved on. It's actually not something we necessarily see today. We've seen it kind of evolve into other social medias. I won't mention them because that will be deviation.
J'ai entendu beaucoup de légendes autour de la reine, mais c'est vrai que ce qu'on voit surtout, ça va être autour de ses enfants, ses petits-enfants, comment ils vont travailler. On n'a pas vraiment l'impression qu'elle a un pouvoir.
It's because I came into it wondering I had to go to the other office for braces too, which is something that was...
I might stop you there again, Courage.
Assez sympa parce qu'elle vit dans un palais, on peut aller visiter tout ça à Londres, il y a beaucoup de gens devant, donc c'est vrai que ça a quand même un intérêt, elle est extrêmement respectée dans le pays, alors peut-être forcément par les gens qui sont un petit peu plus âgés.
It was a little bit of a pause. I've been on strict instruction to be very strict on this.
No, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm actually fine, I'm actually completely over it. But MySpace is something which I would say is kind of in the past now. It's done, it's dusted, and MySpace, my voice, I have no idea what to say about MySpace.
Cette royauté, mais moi, par les jeunes, on a l'impression que c'est un phénomène qui part un petit peu au fur et à mesure. Et voilà. Is that 60 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, yes! Yes, and I swear to you, I didn't go off topic, and that was really complicated. Like,
Did you even breathe?
I breathed once.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was actually fun.
We'll get that translated.
That was a lot easier. Good luck to the one translating because I spoke fast.
I know you did.
I hate MySpace.
No, why? I really wouldn't. No, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
sit down. Sin Lion. Sin Lion. Sin Lion.
We are concerned about the issue, Chuck, and that's why we put these 7 countries initially into the executive order that were identified previously by Congress, by both the House and the Senate, and the Obama administration as being the 7 most watched countries in regard to harboring terrorists. But you bring up a good point. Perhaps other countries needed to be added to an executive order going forward. But in order to do this in a way that was expeditious, in a way that would pass muster quickly, we use 7 countries that have already been codified and identified by both the Obama administration and the Congress. But you bring up a good point, and perhaps other countries need to be added. But this is all done for the protection of Americans. And waiting another 3 days, waiting another 3 weeks for something to go on and get wrong. President Trump is not willing to get this wrong, which is why he wants to move forward quickly and protect Americans.
And just to clear things up, the Trump organization has business ties in a couple of the countries that were not included, including Saudi Arabia. Let's see if they can have any impact on why Saudi Arabia was not included on the list.
Of course not, Chuck. Just like I said.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London CWL here live in the Definity Arena. We are getting on with this tournament now, and we are about to say goodbye to another team. Will it be infused or aware that to break this game down? 2 analysts, one of which keeps losing and keeps holding L's because he can't talk about any subject.
Well, okay, you're gonna
Hold on,
just
hold
wait
on.
for part
Just
3.
actually,
It's Chris, which is signed up to you yet.
okay.
He's warming up here on the desk, but no, I haven't got the first beginning series yet. Just stay
Detained
tuned
for
today,
further
and you wait
questioning
and see
from
the
these
vengeance I
countries.
bring down.
People are moving out of the system
You
and
can
moving
win
forward. This
part 3,
obviously
and
is
you've
going to
held
be,
it.
I believe, a very smooth and effective operation for the safety of Americans across the country.
We'll move on to a couple of other things. There was an issue with, on Friday, the White House put out a statement on Holocaust Remembrance Day, and there wasn't a mention of Jews in the statement, of any of the victims of the Holocaust, that the majority of them were Jewish. Many of us thought it was an error. You guys were there early, and then it turns out it was not. John Podhoretz, a conservative columnist from Commentary Magazine, wrote this. The final solution was aimed solely at the Jews. The Holocaust was about the Jews. There is no proud way to offer a remembrance of the Holocaust that does not reflect that simple, awful world historical fact. To universalize it, to quote all those who suffered, is to scrub the Holocaust of its meaning. Mr. Priebus, do you understand why many Jews were offended by the White House's decision not to note that the Holocaust was about eradicating the Jews?
Well, I recognize, in fact, obviously, the Holocaust was about. It's a horrible event, and obviously a miserable time in history that we remember here at the White House, and certainly we'll never forget the Jewish people that suffered in World War II, and obviously still incredible wounds that remain in a time in
Well, in
history
World
that
War
was
II, did the
great,
Americans fight for the
incredible,
Jews?
horrific magnitude,
Did
and
they fight
everyone's
for the...
life here is
Oh, the guy.
impacted by the memory of that terrible time. And so,
But
for
then
the
again,
record,
at
that's
least
the
nowadays
case,
we
and
just
we
fight
don't
in
need
video
any
games.
ill will to
If we
anybody.
fight
No, but
in war,
it's just
there's no respawn.
Acknowledging the pain
I
that
mean, yeah, he could probably be
acknowledging
cool for a
the horrible time
second.
of the Holocaust and what it meant for history.
It's a lot
So,
different.
Jews from that.
I'm not whitewashing anything, Chuck.
Looks like Bush is saying the winners of this go into the army or something. They say you can do this in real life.
Yeah, I think they've had harder opposition opponents, especially in groups. I
He
think
said it in the
England have
interview.
always looked like they'd have been
And you
winning.
know you can't
Whereas
respawn.
winners,
It only takes one shot.
for me though, so I don't want to look into it
You
too
can
much
have many.
statistically. Looking at the matchup face to face, it still probably tells the story that the statistics do actually say apart. So it's going to be hard for them this game. They've got nothing to lose, in my opinion. They've already went further than what. I mean,
But they
realistically,
don't
they're
even
probably
curse these
they're
bunch
not.
of
Well,
zombies.
they're better than Hull and carry on, but they're not. So this far for them is as far as they go. I think they're
You
probably
could really shoot them.
yeah. I completely agree with the sentiment there from Tom. This team is now going to face an elite squad and see the differences that they need to improve upon in the future. I think if Fuse not only take this series, but they take it with ease, this is just where you expect to see Marky B and crew come out
You
and
get
show
to
their
keep
true
that
colors.
stuff at the end.
Alright, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at the key player matchup. It's going to be Geth Kid going against Moose. And look at the difference between those two. Moose, 1.3 first. 123 first. 1.43 first. In every single category, he is first at the moment of this tournament.
Not so much for Get Kid. I've never been first in anything.
Yeah, we know.
So this is
Don't do all three those times.
This is
Getting annoying.
imagine if okay.
Is this what, top bracket versus bottom bracket or what?
All along of that. So
So if they're that,
but
if
no,
that's the,
as we look,
that's what it is. So
Moose. I
here's
mean,
how
if
it
Fuse
might
win
be.
this weekend, he's definitely.
Because otherwise, see that guy, and then everyone else is like
Yeah, I think
20,
so. We were saying, you know, new
20,
moves. And
20.
I actually saw, I was on the Reddit earlier, and people were saying, they don't believe this move. This, you know, we were talking about moves. How does he go from kind of being what? It's kind of a complicated story with moves when you go back. Like, Ghost, he was great. Black Ops 2, he was great. AW, like the first half of AW was actually really good. Then there was the whole HTP and Gerd saga that came kind of ruined him for a lot of people. They really judged him quite harshly. Going to Black Ops 3, he wasn't on the team originally in Epsilon the first half of the year. Second half wasn't really as much of an impact for him. I don't think he kind of fell out. I think he just kind of faded into the background with some of his strong characters coming through.
Yeah, I can agree with that. He's not sort of the guy you look at the European scene. You don't think top player. You don't think Moose necessarily. He's not one of those stand-up personalities or anything like that. He just sort of gets on with his job and is really coming strong in this game. We've seen him play very well so far this weekend. Let's see if he can stay constant in that trend.
Yeah, and to be fair, Fuse have needed him. Him and Petey have really been kind of just going off and giving them that explosive power to actually kind of carry through some of these wins, especially in respawn.
Well, what the Fuse have always had because of the performances from PD, as well as Moose, has been it feels like in every hardpoint they've played, they've had full streaks at some point, and they've used those to be able to keep them in the game if they're starting to lose some momentum. They wind up bringing them back out. It's a difference, especially in this game.
Yeah, I certainly think it is. All right, well, let's take a little look at the maps then and try and figure out exactly how we think this game is about to go down. Breakout, Scorch, Frost, Throwback, and Retaliation. I know you guys have already said it, but is there any doubt in your mind about this prediction?
Breakout, we've seen that was the map that we've seen Moose do okay on, if you like. He plays really well, but I think Breakout's probably not a bad map for Aware. They want to try and get in the face, try and keep it fast. For me, though, it should still be Fuse 3-0.
3-0. All right, so 3-0s from both sides. All right, you seem very, very confident. This is probably the most confident we've been today entirely.
We've read off Aware before, and they proved us wrong. I mean, we all said, what, 3-0 when they were playing Fnatic?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And they're 3-0 in back. So no, they did 3-0 in back, did they?
No.
It was close, but they won out. But still, we've said against them before, but I think this is too much of a tall order.
All right, well, let's throw it over now. Aware versus Infused is ready to go. Let's hand it over to the worst brothers in esports. It's the VPs.
Thank you, Bryce. Yes, that is true. We
That
are
is not true.
We are the worst
No.
in esports, and especially after the way Momo introduced the Fnatic game yesterday.
All right, let's leave that behind.
Yes, but we have an amazing game coming up here. Infused versus Aware. The guys on the Destiny, this is going to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I agree with them. I think Aware will put up a fight. I don't think it's going to be something like we saw Splice just do, but I think it will be a 3-0. Infuse's S&D's very good. Infuse is just looking awesome. You saw Moose there looking first on everything. And you know what? I tweeted out before, like, MVP. Like, he was phenomenal as well. So, Funky B. Knowlton, do something, please.
Yeah, I mean, Moose,
Go crazy.
Moose is first in every single statistical category that we have there. It's just ridiculous. And he's just continued that form throughout, just finishing off the map fly through there. You can see the hard point areas.
Going to be some key engagements. And now up is the rig draft.
Yeah, rig draft. It is standard. You know, you've got your Centurions obviously for hard point. But other than that, pretty stiff.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be Infused against Aware. We caught up with Marky B on the run up to this game. He thinks there's some communication problems in Aware.
I think Aware have exceeded the expectations put on themselves. I think there was a lot of talk beforehand that they're really good online and stuff, but when you watch their streams or something, the communication doesn't seem very good at all, and it's just a bit confusing how they're actually a decent site.
Well, if there's somebody that knows about communication, it's Marky B, always very passionate and vocal in-game. You can see Infused already making moves here. Finally find a way to the hardpoint area, though, but some big slaying to begin with.
Yeah, one-sided from the off, and I'm sure Aware will bounce back into this one, but Infused, a great, great start. Moose is already 2-0. The man's on fire, and he's wanting to extend. I don't know how you can, because you're first in everything, but that kill-death ratio of 1.3 over the event is absolutely insane. But to say the least, a very strong start for Infused, 20-0.
It's crazy to see moves like this. I mean, it's something we were talking about earlier. I don't want to take anything away from him. He's always been one of those top-tier gamers, but he's never been the best. He's never been at the very, very top.
He's always the one who goes unnoticed. You know, when he's teamed with the likes of PT, Gunchi, or whoever it may be, he never gets the limelight, and for once he does. You know, I'm absolutely over the moon for Moose. You know, he's a great player, he's a consistent player, and that's what he was called, you know, consistent. He's the granddad, he's always doing the job, but now he's the star player.
All right, well, we are on board with Nolson. Does get shut down there. Infused already taking a firm grasp on this game, and Marky B. Bad news for them as he was going for the pinch.
Clay will be in the chat, but never mind Clay. Moose, he's still on fire. 4-1, 2-kill streak for him. He's going to spot one in the cell block through the glass and make it 5. Oh, this guy, this man, what has he done? He's turned up, and I tell you what, he's been putting in the time, the effort. He makes it 6, not going to make it 7 though, but he does the necessary job. And you know what? 20 seconds left. Aware, they're going to get the scrap points, but Infused, they're looking for the rotation. They're one step ahead right now. So far, so good for the Red Army.
All right, well, boys in green, let's see what you can do. On board now with Johansson in the hardpoint area. He's just going to be getting the scrap points. We will switch ball. Want to see what's going on with Benji as he's making this push. You can see him getting into this engagement now. MB4 in hand. They once again are going to be driven out of the hardpoint area. This is a good foothold now for Infused.
Super sneaky from Nelson there. He actually flanked even though he had full control. There is one player on the pitch, it's Gefkin. He's found one. Benji's coming from either side. Gefkin will go down, and that's a lot of pressure released from the Infused team there. And now what they can do is not only focus on the hill, but pushing them back. Because if they hold this, within the next 15 seconds, you're going to see one person, maybe Nolson, just drift back. Go for the spawns. Whoever that number 7 is, they want to think about it now, but Nolson's got a nice triple. PD's after the fire. And Infused, 72 to 33, looking good so far.
Yeah, Nolson really getting turned up. Sometimes doesn't get the credit he deserves. He is just going to be getting the final 15 points in this. There's going to be one person still that's going to try and challenge him, and he is going to take it. Big victory there for Infused.
Yeah, and this is the player we're talking about, the drifting player that's going to go back, anchor it. It's Moose and PT. Moose is actually going to go down, so PT coming back will help.